Good afternoon, members. Welcome back to this afternoon's full council. We are considering the Perth City Integrated Investment Proposal Part 2, and we are going to welcome the members of the deputation first of all. If we can welcome up David Hay, Alan Hanna and Aaron Thompson to the meeting, and Peter Loudon and Vincent Bryson are on the phone. There is a maximum of 10 minutes for the deputation, and then there may be questions from members afterwards. So you want to come up to the podium here, please.
Hi, I'm Aaron Thompson. I'm part of the Perth Junior Curling Club and I'm a Scottish Curling National Academy athlete. Curling has deeply impacted my life since I started at 11. I started curling to find a winter sport that wouldn't break the bank and quickly found a passion that led to confidence, friendships and achievements, like winning a silver medal at the Scottish Schools Championship for Perth Academy. And with the same team, this year we came second at a European junior event. After COVID, curling became my anchor, helping me reconnect with friends and give me a sense of belonging. It's a sport that unites people, regardless of age or background. My sister and I even had the honour of representing Scotland together in Sweden. These experiences are only possible because of the Dewar Centre. So I hope you support curling into the future.
Hello everyone, my name's Laura Watt and I am a World Junior Curling Champion, a 3-time Scottish Junior Curling Champion and 2-time European Junior Curling Tour Champion. One of which, the European Junior Curling Tour events, was held here in Perth earlier this year. But without curling in Perth, none of those achievements would have ever been possible. 12 years ago, when I was 8 years old, I started curling in Dewar Centre, although I've been in and out the ice rink every year of my life watching my dad curl. I started curling in the Perth Junior Curling Club, and that led me on to now I'm in the British Curling Performance Foundation programme, where I get the opportunity to compete all around the world. Being in the British Curling Performance Foundation programme means I'm on the pathway to the 2030 Olympics, where I'll be chasing down my biggest dream of becoming Olympic champion in the footsteps of Eve Muirhead. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is David Hay. I'm the chairman of Perth Curling 1988 and the former chairman of Perth Ice Rink. Provost McDade, Councillor Lang, and all the other councillors, can I thank you on behalf of the curling community for allowing this deputation today. As part of the curling delegation, we have met on 5 occasions with council officials to discuss the way ahead for curling since your meeting here in January. We met on the 2nd of February for an initial meeting, which unfortunately I was unable to attend, and the 13th of March, the 20th of March, the 9th of April, and our final meeting with the group was on the 7th of May. Meetings were ably chaired by Stephen Crawford, with various people attending at different times. Regrettably, we've had no contact with the group since the 7th of May, until a few days ago when Vincent Bryant, Chief Executive of Scottish Curling, was contacted by PKC asking him to sign his name to their PH2O proposal. Sadly, none of the curling group were in a position to sign the proposal as it stands. We fundamentally disagreed with the curling information provided by KPC and Integris regards ice usage at Dewars in the report. If I can give a couple of headline examples. Last year, by our records, and given to us by LAL, 3,309 sheets of ice were utilised, equating to 65% of available ice throughout the season. a long way apart from the 20% shown to you in the report. We've had 88% average usage of the 6 o'clock ice time during the season. The number of school children who attended curling sessions at Perth this year, in the report says over 1,000, it was actually 1,374 children went through curling classes at Perth Ice Rink this year, and 95% of them were from the state school system, from all over Perthshire. The report also predicts 10,000 users of ice, yet this year alone, we had circa 20,000 users on the 3,309 sheets of ice. These to me are significant differences in numbers, with Scottish curling showing a 6% growth in the sport at this time. Also, Dures are amongst the cheapest ice to curl on in Scotland and one of the best facilities. We're about 30% below the average costings. We challenged the numbers provided to the meeting, and Stephen said they would be looked into, but sadly we've heard nothing more from then on. Perth Curling took the initiative to bring in Art Sutherland from Canada, recognised globally as a facilities expert, having designed and installed ice plants all over the world. He gave a full written report suggesting that excess heat could heat the Dures facility at no extra cost from the ice plant through a heat exchange unit. When you look at Dures' energy costs of nearing £250,000 for gas and electricity alone, that saving would be significant. Regrettably, PKC officials were unwilling to pay for Art's report, and the $1,500 cost was paid for by Scottish Curling. To give you a very brief review of Dures and where it all came from in the start, it was actually my father in 1988 who bought the site for £1 from Lord for Teviot, the old bonded warehouse at Dures. The shareholders of Central Scotland Ice Rink gave all their shares back to the company, and in return for that, ASDA paid them £1 million. So with the site for £1, ASDA's donation or purchase of the old ice rink in Dunkeld Road for £1 million, and the Ganachie Trust making up the balance, that's where the Dures Centre came from. We desperately want ice facilities within the new PH2O on the same site to allow swimming and ice facilities to share the excess heat through heat exchange units, use all modern energy systems, solar, ground source, air source, etc., to be as environmentally friendly and economic as possible. It has to be so much more efficient and practical. Build phase 1 to the south side of the existing pool. The 2 buildings can still operate. Once that's done, phase 2, remove one of the buildings to build the second system with the swimming pools and gymnasiums, etc. All be done during construction on the same site. Thimble Row, incidentally, will directly affect one of our main sponsors. Councillor Chan here, who worked for many years during his management time at the Mercure Hotel, will be able to tell us that car park is absolutely crucial to our main sponsor to keep their business going. Incidentally, we do have 10 nations coming to Perth in January for the annual Perth Masters. The economic benefits of curling are obviously seriously underlooked from time to time, and we bring a lot of footfall through the city during the year. The City of Perth has hosted inaugural men's and women's championships for the world titles many years ago, and have followed that up by hosting World Juniors and European Championships over many years. All these events greatly inspire the future generations such as Laura and Aaron. Perth has had multiple World and European Championships, culminating in the ultimate achievement when Eve Muirhead won the Olympic gold medal in 2022. One of Perthshire's greatest all-time athletes, whom you rightly gave the freedom of the city to soon after. The city of Perth and curling are likened to St Andrews in golf. It would be hard to envisage St Andrews without a golf course. Our forefathers would be turning in their graves if we did not do everything within our powers to protect this legacy and give people a chance to add their names to history. Finally, for me, Councillor Lang, whilst preparing for today, I was heartened to read your quotation following January's meeting, and I quote, "I want to eliminate uncertainty on the future of PH2O project so it can move forward in a sustainable way. I will also be seeking the support of colleagues to retain an ice provision within the PH2O." And likewise, the support shown by the now First Minister John Swinney, and I quote again, "I am pleased Councillor Lane has confirmed that there will continue to be curling facilities available at the new PH2O facility. I believe it is important to maintain Perth's status as one of the world's foremost curling cities, and the PH2O proposition will ensure this is the case for decades to come. I urge you all to be brave, have the vision to have an ice facility within PH2O. We are all stronger together. Let's send a positive message out to the curling world that the City of Perth is open for business. And finally, we have to remember...
1 minute left, okay.
Okay. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name's Alan Hanna and I'm a Perth City resident. Recently moved back to the area. I'm a board member of Scottish Curling. I was also the national coach for Team Mouat, who were at the Olympics in Beijing, just past, who won the silver medal. I think my message is in and around multisport. I think multisport is absolutely key. Sports in isolation are struggling. There is no doubt about that. And I think what PH2O does bring, it does bring that great collaboration of a number of different sports where they can start to cross-sell between each other and support each other. So yeah, multisport is a key thing. As a small point, I'm a trustee of Glasgow Ice Centre, which was looking to build an ice centre in Glasgow. So I've got a wealth of experience in terms of the costs and all the works that are involved there, and multisport was the way ahead with that. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. That's time. Okay. Members, are there any, if you just want to stay there for a second, please, and just see if there's any questions from members for the deputies. Question from Councillor Colin Stewart.
Thanks, Provost. Sorry about not being able to use a microphone all of a sudden. Thanks very much for your deputation. I think I've got two questions. First one is just the reference to the use by the Mercure Hotel of Thimble Row. That would be for parking for residents. Is that correct? Just a quick.
Yes, I believe that to be the case, yes.
Thanks very much. That's useful information. I don't think that we were aware of that. And my next question, again, thanks all for coming and for providing the information and the testimonies. It was a question for maybe Laura and Aaron. If you hadn't had jurors available, where would you have gone to curl, or would you not have been curling?
I definitely have been curling because there's nowhere close enough that parents would have been able to take me. It's only a 15-minute drive from my house, whereas I would have been having to travel over half an hour.
It's the exact same for me. I would never been able to curl without yours.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Leader.
Sorry. Thanks, and thanks for your deputation, and we'll look into the figures when officers come forward with them, to get a feel for who is the most accurate, because there seems to be a massive gap between the figures provided by Lals and yourself. The question, you'll have seen trailed of the options, and the officers have made their views that there is no business case for a curling rink in Perth. Obviously, you'll have seen that I wish to give yourselves the chance, or the ice community the chance, to take over Dewars. So you have a nice facility there, which you'll be able to continue your use of curling through all the construction, because we'll speak to officers later. I'm asking you how, because in your own figures, it's up to 40% would fall off if it was closed for 2 years to 2.5 years. So I think that would have a catastrophic effect on curling if we're going to be building at down in the current Dewars site, which would then mean I've curled. I think I've told you this before. I've curled, a bit of swimming, play cricket, so sports in my DNA. So I understand how great sport is for young people and the elderly people to continue in life. So I'm not having a go in general. I would have thought for yourselves to continue and continue to attract, as you said, the masters. If you weren't in operation for 2 winters, you would lose that. But they would go elsewhere. So I'm wondering why you can't see the benefits of working with officers over the next 4 years, because if it's built at Thimble Row, the new PH2O, your facility will be open all the time and you're working towards it. So the question is really, how damaging do you think 2 years cessation of business would be for Curling and Perth? And for your training as you're trying to move towards Olympic standard.
Switch your microphone.
Oh, sorry.
I think no doubt at all, Councillor Lane, it would be very detrimental. I still think that 40% figure is a realistic figure if there's no curling facility within Perth during that time. Regarding the continued use of Dewar Centre, maybe a bit of a poison chalice, I would suggest, because after the 4 or 5 years, what's going to happen to the site at that stage? And that's number one question. And secondly, if there was to be a community asset transfer in some shape or form, it would all very much depend on the small print to see if it's viable. I mean, your own report, or the report from the officers, does suggest there's a significant circa £50 million going to have to be spent on Dewars or Perth Leisure Pool in the next 25 years. So that figure isn't going to go away. So we would then be left picking up the bill for that.
Yes. So can I just come back on that, if that's okay?
Yeah, as long as it's a question. Yeah.
It is a question. For now, you've made me forget actually what your answer was there about the 40% and moving forward. No, it was about the 5 years. That's during the build. That surely gives time for officers, yourself, other curling bodies and interested parties to come together to find a way forward. Nobody said, or that's not in the papers that I can see, that it will be in 5 years. That's the length of time you've got. The building could be there as long as somebody wants to run it. I feel that, do you not feel that within a time frame and continuing business would be a way forward to look at, to negotiate a way forward?
I think the biggest problem with that is you're just giving away all the environmental benefits, economic benefits of running both facilities side by side, where they can use the heat exchange units. There's a significant saving to be made energy-wise if swimming and curling are side by side or on the same site. They don't have to be in the same physical building, but as long as they're close enough connected to then use that, I mean, that's a huge amount of money. We're talking in, now I quoted £250,000. That was the bill last year for electricity and gas within the Dewars building. That's not all going to be saved, because a lot of that has to be used to produce the heat on the generators, but a huge amount of that to heat the rest of the building with the excess heat. And that's where the savings would come, to heat all these buildings on one site. I think a 2-site proposition would be a massive mistake.
Thank you. Councillor Harvey.
Okay, thank you, Provost, and thank you, gents, for your presentation. I just want to get the point that was just discussed there about the heat exchange on similar sites. You didn't use any exact numbers. You used the phrase significant quite regularly. I'm kind of aware of technical background of some of these, and I don't think any of them provide you anywhere near significant amounts. But did the consultancy report that we produced actually put some figures or amounts on this, on significance? Thanks.
The report shows that the building, the whole of Dewars, could be heated with excess heat from the ice freezing plant. Sorry, Councillor, I can't actually see you. Oh, sorry, there, yeah. It could be heated, the excess heat would be used to heat the whole of that building to 65 degrees, only when the ice plant is on. Obviously, during the summer months, if there's no ice plant on, then there would be no benefit coming from that. But the 8 months or so that the ice plant is on, you'd save that. And if they're working on the same site, I mean, ideally, we like curling to go longer. There's teams from all around the world looking to come to places like Perth, where there's a facility, if it was to be open all year round, to train. So there's options within that as well. But the logic of building on 2 separate sites and losing all that energy in this time of global warming or weather changes seems to me to be Rather ironic.
Okay, Councillor Duff.
Okay,
Sorry, do you have a follow-up, Councillor Duff?
Thanks for this. Thank you, Mr. Hay. In the report, it talks about there being 5 other ice rinks within 45 minutes to an hour's travel from Perth. However, if there was no ice in PH2O and the community asset transfer was not a viable option, what space or capacity is there within these other ice rinks to do what you currently do in Perth?
Both the 2 nearest facilities in Forfar and in Kinross are smaller ice rinks, and right now they're absolute capacity. So the minimal availability of ice close by. Then you've got Stirling and Dundee who curl occasionally, but it's not really a curling focus centre. Stirling is very busy, as Aaron and Laura can tell you. They have to fight tooth and nail to get onto the National Academy ice down there, and the commercial ice. There would be some availability, but nothing like the requirements from Perth. You've got to remember, Perth is one of the biggest ice users in the whole country. I mean, 3,309 lanes of ice used during a season. And possibly Edinburgh will be higher than that, but nobody else.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Forbes.
Thanks, Provost, and thanks to all of you for coming along to talk to us today. I was going to ask your views on the proposal for an asset transfer, but I think you've answered that question already. So my second question is about numbers, and there does seem to be some dispute amongst the number of curlers. Your figures are different to the council officers' figures. So a very specific question, and if you can't answer it, I'll raise it again with the officers later. But say there was an event on a match that had 200 people playing, would they be counted as 200 visits, or would that just be one use of the ice?
Sorry, no, the visits are totally separate. So we reckon there's north of 20,000 people curled this year in Dewars. The officers were counting 10. So if you use 3,309 lanes of ice times 8 people, you get a 26,000, whatever the total is. So we're not saying that every single time there was a lane of ice that was used had 8 people on it. There could be a day there was 4, one team practicing, it's only 4. But for ballpark figures, you're looking at roughly north of 20,000 people participated in curling last year in Dewars.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Allen next.
Thank you, Provost. Again to Mr. Hay, thank you for your deputations to all of you. The numbers that you've shared today, they do conflict with the information that we have. The numbers that you've shared today, i.e. the 3,309 sheets, the 65% usage, the 20,000 users, the 1,374 children, were they shared with our officers?
Yeah, yes, these figures were shared. We gave them to Stephen. I can give you the full spread. I've taken the highlights out of it. Peter Lown did an in-depth report on this, which we presented to the meeting, and these figures clashed with the figures that came from Neil Ross at Integris. I don't know where he was using his figures from. We got them all from Dewars, and we're heavily involved in the running of the day-to-day competitions there. And we took the access to the ice book to see the bookings. These were physical lanes of ice that were used. I can't guarantee there was 8 people in every single lane. If there was north of 26,000 people played curling. I've scaled it back to 20,000 as an estimate, because some days they could go on and curl with their own team, 4 people. It depends what it is.
I was interested in the number you used, 1,374 children. Do you have an answer? You may not, but I'm going to ask you, do you know what the age groups were for those children and how many of them were repeat visitors?
I could actually give you the full list and give you after the meeting of every school that came and the exact numbers from every school that came. Repeat visitors, yes, there'll be some kids that came for session 1 and session 2. So, you know, you could, if they all came back, then you're having that figure of individual children. If you're saying that 3/4 of them that came back, I guess it all depends how you want to look at it. But every school is listed, every number for each session from that school is listed on both these sessions. So, but the total number of heads that came through on 2 separate occasions for their training was 1,374.
And just maybe coming back to Aaron and Laura, is that how you got started?
I started at the Perth Junior Curling Club. I'm at a school in was at a school in Otterarder, so I know a lot of the Perth schools are, and I'll be able to speak on that. They come through the curling school programme.
started just slightly before my school did a session with it. So it was my entire class came in. I think it was, in fact, my entire year at my primary school came in for a taster session.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Welch.
Thank you, Provost, and thank you for the deputation. You know, I guess two sort of quick questions. What you're presenting is curling in Perth. You know, that feels it's got a bright, you know, ambitious, you know, confident sort of future. It was interesting you pointed out St Andrews Links Trust or St Andrews golf courses, because that actually was set up to extract those facilities from the local authority to set themselves up as an independent organisation, and I think potentially that's what one of the proposals here is to do is today. So it was really just to ask you, you know, in terms of what you've laid out here, the question would be, you know, why do you not feel that you could make that change and look to sort of, you know, improve on, you know, currently, you know, what is there at yours. And the second question is, and you articulated well this issue around excess heat being produced from the refrigeration plant. And that's a mechanism also obviously to heat the rest of Dewars. And I guess the question I would ask again is, if the remainder of the site is proposed to be housing, you've potentially under the local energy scheme that's the LHE scheme that the council is producing just now, the opportunity to sell that heat and create revenue to for example the local housing that might be built in the rest of the site. So, you know, I guess my question is, you know, has that been considered as a way to get additional revenue into what could possibly be a model that's similar to St Andrews Links Trust? Thank you.
I'm not sure that St Andrews Links Trust has still not got a significant input from Fife Council. I don't think it's a standalone business on own, but I may be wrong with that. Anyway, that's by the by. Yeah, absolutely, it's a possibility that there'd be excess heat from the building at some stages. We were hoping it'd be shared with swimming pools and sports and leisure on the same site rather than selling it commercially, because it's never guaranteed. If you're doing a commercial sale for these things, you pretty much have to guarantee supply of power or electricity or heat, whatever you're doing, 24/7, not just during the season. So whilst I understand your point, I'm not sure it's actually going to be too practical. It may be sometimes it is possible to do it during the winter months. Going back to your point regarding, you know, a community asset transfer, the big problem for us with that is that, as I said to Councillor Lane, is you're basically just passing the bucket on to us. Look at the predicted report from your own officers saying that there's a significant spend on the buildings in the next 25 years. And that would be the worry for us. I mean, is the community asset transfer going to be ownership of the land and the building, or is it going to be a peppercorn rent or lease? We don't have any details. We only got this information on 28th, the same time as you, 7 days ago. So it's a little bit difficult just to grab figures out of the air. But certainly, as it seems just now, I don't think it's a runner at all to be taking it on with that type of burden behind it, unless it was going to be under a repair and maintenance basis of some kind. But, you know, we're all just speculating. There's nothing being offered in writing.
Yeah, briefly just come back. You know, St Andrews, the course, the ground is owned by the local authority still, but effectively it's operated by St Andrews Links Trust, which is, I guess, similar to what we're kind of potentially proposing as part of this. But thank you for your answers.
Just one quick follow-up. On that basis, it's incredibly difficult to go to financial people or to get outside funding if you don't own the land or the building.
Okay, thank you. Bailey Brock next, please.
Thank you, Provost. It's really just a quick question. What I really want looking for is the curlers that are used Dewars. From what area do they come? I mean, how wide is it, or is it more centrally or whatever? That's what I'm wondering.
Well, with the exception of the national competitions, obviously, where they're coming from all over the country and from England, our drawing areas from Kinloch Rannoch areas are sort of furthest North Point. We've got they come from Braemar to play in the Super League, Glasgow, Edinburgh, Stirling, Forfar, Dundee area. So if you put a loop around that, that's where the teams are coming to play. And our biggest league in Perth is the Super Leagues. There's 3 divisions and teams are travelling from across the country for that. The basis of our day-to-day curlers will be sort of slightly tighter area than that, because you go between Stirling and Perth, you can probably say halfway through that, up to the Kinloch Rannoch guys, obviously Perth and Nearest Iceland, they come down, and then Forfar, Dundee and Fife. You come from east of Fife as well. So it's a big catchment area for the leagues, both club leagues and competitive leagues.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Braun.
Thanks, Provost. One of the concepts is that the new PH2O is built in the car park area of Glover Street, the Dewars. And with the best will in the world, that will turn the whole area into a building site, as you can appreciate, and parking there will become very limited. I'm just wondering how would that affect people? Dewars will still be open, as would be the Perth Digital. How would that affect you? Limited parking, will people still come? Because you'll be showing what car parking spaces there is with people using the leisure pool, and it will be a mess, I would think, with the best will in the world.
I wouldn't personally have any issues with that, because if I was involved, I'd be removing all the earth bankings for a start. There's significant areas of grass that could be removed temporarily during construction or after. The small play park area could be removed. There's a lot of physical land within that footprint that could be opened up for either future car parking or for during the construction times. I don't see that as a massive problem, and Dewars has its underground car parking spaces as well. So as long as there's access in and out, I wouldn't envisage that being a problem at all.
Councillor Liz Barrett.
Thank you, Provost. It was just really a follow-up on Councillor Allen's questions about repeat numbers. The 20,000 curlers, so that's not 20,000 different people, that's 20,000 visits, is that right? And some of them are related to events and some of them are related to your regular activities. Is that right understanding? Thank you.
Yes, you're 100% right. As long as when you're saying events, you mean curling events. I'm not counting spectators or third parties. This is the 20,000 is not, it's just 20,000 competitors. There may be the same person coming back 10 times. That was the estimated number over the season for local curlers and events.
So do you know, just a follow up, do you know how many people?
Sorry, can you, I don't, you're saying, do I know how many people?
Sorry, no, I just wondered, do you know how many people are represented by that 20,000 number?
Straight answer to that, no. I don't know how many you're. If you wanted to trawl into it, you would easily do it by going through every single game of curling played and every single person that played, but I'll leave that to you rather than me.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Smith.
Thank you very much, Provost. David, nice to see you here, and thank you all for your deputation. It's very good. As you know, I've had a career in golf, and I've known many curlers over the years. Golf has struggled recently, and then my question would be, how disastrous would it be for the game in Perth and in Scotland and for youth with this decision today?
I don't think you can put a number or a figure on that, Frank, but devastating would be the only word I can think of off the top of my head. I just, in my presentation, last paragraph was to say that one of the few Olympic sport world headquarters is in Perth, World Curling. Now, to have World Curling here with no ice rink, I think they would leave within 2 or 3 years. They have to have a base where there's an ice rink, and there's a huge amount of pressure from around the world. Every other country says, why does it always have to be in Perth? Why can't we take it to Lausanne like all the rest of them? So again, that's another thing that we lose potentially through not having an ice rink in the city.
Thank you.
Thank you. Deputy Leader.
Thank you, Provost. Thanks for your deputation. We've heard and we've read and we understand completely that Dewars is an iconic venue for Scottish curling and world curling. We've also heard the deputation's positive comments about the strength of the game in Scotland and Perth as things currently stand. That being the case, can you explain why, if time is given for exploration of the possibility of an arrangement with the curling authorities on a longer term basis, not talking about 5 years, on a longer term basis, why that isn't attractive to you?
Purely on the basis that we think that the Jurors Centre long term has a lot of burdens attached to it. And who's going to pay for these burdens? I don't see the sport of curling being able to pull it out of the bag at the end of the day to bring up figures like 56 million. Now, what the split is between the Perth Leisure Pool and the Jurors Centre, I've no idea what these numbers, how they're split up. But we're not afraid to run an ice rink. It's just what kind of ice rink and where. And we want to do it in the most economical, environmentally friendly way, and be it part of the bigger picture being attached to the PH2O project on the same site. You get back to the original point: is if we're left there on our own, where's the benefits coming from that? Selling energy to affordable houses at certain times of the year. I know this happens a lot in different parts of Europe where you have these hubs that produce the energy and the heat for new building areas, but they are contracted under pretty onerous terms to provide the heat or energy 24 hours, 7 days a week, all year round. And we wouldn't be in that position unless we ran the ice rink all year round. And you know, we need to reduce the costs of running the Jurors Centre, and by reducing the costs, I mean going down the environmental route. Is that roof capable of taking solar panels? If we're putting in ground source and air source heat systems to reduce the energy costs, it's not viable unless you have a big enough footprint or area. Whereas swimming and curling going together tick all the boxes.
Okay, thank you.
But again, there's nothing. This is all just speculation just now. We need to see figures and numbers to see how it work out.
Great, thank you. Councillor Peter Barrett.
Thanks, Provost. Mr. Hay, I've had quite a few emails from curlers lobbying me to make a decision to preserve curling or to include curling within the PH2O project. You'll have seen from the report that the cost of doing so is anywhere between 13 million and 19 million pounds for the benefit of 600 curlers. Now, I'm not entirely sure that the people who've been emailing me do actually understand the dire financial straits and situation that the council faces. But essentially, you're asking us to invest 13 to 19 million pounds capital in a facility and ongoing revenue costs of 5 million or so per year to do that for the benefit of 600 people. And I think, you know, you've got to give us a compelling reason as to why members of this chamber should do that, as opposed to addressing, I would have said, much more serious problems in Perth and Kinross.
600 curlers is the 600 card holding LAL members. There's a lot more than 600 people play curling in Perth. That figure of the 653, if you don't, roughly that figure that's in the report, whatever the 600 was, that is of people who carry an LAL card. That's where the registration comes from. There's no curling membership as such. They have no way of coming up with that figure. So that figure that you're quoting is for LAL card holders. So if you turn up at the door with an LAL card, you pay £13.70, for example. If you turn up as Joe Bloggs, who only curls once or twice a year, then he pays £15.50. Don't quote me in the exact pennies, but it's roughly £2 difference. So that's where the 600 comes from. There's significantly more than 600 curlers. There's circa 20,000 people went through the building last year to curl.
Councillor Willie Robertson.
Thank you. Good afternoon, David. And thank you for you and the other presentations have been very helpful. Listening to what you've said, are you saying that the curling bodies would not be interested if we managed to argue for a long-term lease on the Jurors Centre with financial support given to its long-term future? You would not be interested in such a thought and such an idea?
Councillor Robertson, no, we didn't see that in that form. We said we would not be interested without seeing a written offer. I mean, what is the deal? Who's going to pick up the bill if there's a £2 or £3 million ice plant repair or new roof required, etc., etc. So at this stage, we've seen nothing. So it's hard to say yes or no until we see something in writing.
So if I may come back in, so if a package could be thrashed out between the council and a potential curling trust, it is something you would consider?
When we saw what was down in writing, absolutely. If we knew what it was we were getting, but what are you offering just now, Willie?
Well, exactly. So but I mean, but everything starts with small steps. So we have to have a general agreement. The last thing in the world we want is for curling to cease in Perth in a number of years' time. We need to guarantee a long-term future for the reasons that you've said in the past, to be able to continue to attract international competitions, for example. So we're just all looking to find a way forward. I hope you understand that.
Yeah, I fully understand that. And I think I would just add to these comments that it's the hardest thing in the world just now to try and attract international events, which bring it. The event we brought last year in the European B Division Championship didn't involve any Scottish teams at all, but they paid north of £30,000 for jurors for the week. And we're trying to bring these events as often as we can, but we've got this cloud hanging over us. They turn around and say to us, but will you be in business next year? Do you have an ice rink next year? Is it going to be open for curling? And if you say, well, we're hoping so, they'll say, well, that's not good enough for us. We'll go to Sweden or Switzerland or Italy or somewhere else to run them. So we could do with a bit more of a solid base to work on, Willie, as well. But absolutely, show us some numbers and tell us what's involved. We'll look at anything. Our main priority was to try and get both facilities on one site for environmental and economic reasons. And if that's not going to happen, and they're going to be split up, it's going to put the cost of running both facilities up significantly over a period of time, and it will make life a lot tougher working in an old facility going forward. But if it's that or nothing, we would definitely be open to look at it.
Right, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Leader.
Thanks. And I want to draw a close to this because I think we've pestered you enough with questions. But I do believe that Eve Muirhead was quite interested in community asset transfer, and I believe Mr. Peter Lown, when he was here in February, was very interested in that model as well. So the reason that you've had no consultation with officers over the last, and it's only come in the last week, is because it's not the officer's proposal. The officer's proposal is that there is no curling ice in Perth, or there's no ice in Perth. The amendment to pass it over to yourselves that I've tried, and there might be other amendments, was brought because we recognise and we want to give you every chance to lever in. You could have the SSE ice rink or something like that. It's not, you can tell people there'll be an ice rink there next year and the year after and the year after, because nothing will happen until if we move to the other side to Thimble Row. And you're making assumptions about.
Is there a question, Mr. Peter?
Okay. Have you looked at the possibility of building something else at Thimble Row? And have you looked at what the reduction in use of energy if we're building to Passive House up there?
Sorry, did you say, Councillor Lane, that would be building an ice rink at Thimble Row, for example?
No, not an ice rink at Thimble Row. But if we were building the pool, and what the proposal is to be at Thimble Row, and we offer you, I'm asking, you can see that there's benefits that would, because you were talking about the usage between the two just now, you could see the benefits of our proposal, officer's proposal, and saving economic benefits of moving it to Thimble Row and energy benefits.
Definitely interested. All to do with the small print.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Forbes.
I think you've kind of answered my question just in that last debate, but do you agree that it's really inappropriate for the council to kind of drop this proposed amendment on you with no details about the operating cost, the state of the building or anything else, and then to keep asking you whether you would be interested in it or not?
Hence the reason I'm being very coy. I'm not going to stand here and say, yeah, absolutely, I'd love to take that on, but give me the keys tomorrow morning. absolutely no chance. Need to see the small print, want to see all the costings, what's involved, want to see the state of the building. Unfortunately, in the short time spell, I did contact Art Sutherland to ask him his expert opinion of what the financial savings or energy savings would be if both buildings were together. And that's, or on the same site. I'm just obsessed by the environmental side of it, the energy savings, the cost savings, and the environmental damage. Having two separate propositions to me is nuts.
Councillor Duff.
Thank you. Just on that question of a community asset transfer, would it be your understanding then, from what you've seen and heard, that the council would need to spend a significant amount of money in excess of the £13 million it would cost to include ice in a new build PH2O to make Dewars Centre viable for Curling World to take it on?
Yeah, this is the point. Unless we know what we're taking on. I mean, if I said I'm going to sell you a car tomorrow morning, but you can't see it until it's delivered, I don't think you're going to pay me very quickly. It's the same with this. We don't want to be suddenly going headlong into taking something on, but don't know the finite detail. What are the terms of the contract? What is the length of the contract? What's the condition of the building? Who's responsible if it's below par, etc., etc. It just goes on. And I think the point you're making is the most relevant one. That's the fact, if it's around the 13 million for a new facility, compare that with the running costs of the old building. How long is it going to take on an energy efficient new build to get your money back?
Okay, thank you. Bailey McLaren.
Thank you, Provost. Thank you, David. Very brief question, just to sort of clarify. There's been a few here. You and or Scottish Curling and World Curling Federation are very open to having discussions and working with the council to hopefully secure a ice facility for Perth, either in the old Dewars rink or whatever.
Correct. Number one preference, be part of the new PH2O build, as we described several times today. If the worst case scenario, if there's the only way we can get curling, is to look at a possibility of seeing what's viable within the Dewars building.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor McCall next.
Ron.
Okay, thank you very much. Councillor Stewart, Colin Stewart.
Thanks, Provost. It was a question of looking to the future. One of the things that the officers had been asked back in January was to look at options for growth of curling as a sport in Perth. So maybe to yourself, Mr. Hay, what are the opportunities for growth if we retain ice in Perth, either at Dewars or at as part of PH2O? And then maybe for Laura and Aaron, for people of your year group, not everybody will be curling, obviously, but if there was an expanded offering which included, for example, skating and ice hockey, it run on a rota basis with curling, would that be something that your age group would be, that would give them more opportunities in the future?
Okay, I'll answer the first part of that. For a start, I think the thing for us is we would try and get private equity involved in the business for a start, and secondly, we'd be looking to try and persuade World Curling and Scottish Curling to move in to the Dewars Centre or the PH2O new ice rink, whichever one it was to be, and then take it from there. If we can get them in there, there's a huge drive just now for facilities around the world to host the lower ranked events. You can get people to take the Olympics, the World Championships, 10 a penny. Who wants to see league qualifiers to go to the Worlds? Not many do, and World Curling require a facility or several facilities around the world so they can host these at their own costs. And I would see the Perth and the Dewars as being a possible venue for that type of thing. So that's how we would try and expand the sport over and above the usual grassroots coaching and bringing younger generations through.
Yeah, the multi-sport is, I think, key You have to offer more. I know I was filling a form this morning for the Perth Juniors for the next season. They have a waiting list currently. I think they're full. So more sports available is what you're looking for, really.
Okay, thank you very much. I have no further questions from councillors, so I'd just like to thank the deputies, all of you for taking part today and for making your deputation. Please feel free to stay in the gallery. Members will now move on to the further presentation from officers. Before I allow Stephen Crawford to continue his presentation from earlier, the Chief Executive wants to make some opening remarks.
Thank you, Provost. Can I also extend my thanks to the deputation and also try and allay any suggestion, as I think there appears to be, that council officers somehow are anti-curling, anti-swimming, leisure or otherwise, anti-squash, anti any other sport within Perth and Kinross. It is not the case. Nor is it the case that the role of officers is as sometimes presented on social media and in the local press. And so I'd like to just say a little about what our role in this process is. As officers, we were asked in January to review what council had already decided. It decided last year in 2023 that it was unaffordable to deliver a £90 million leisure facility. Officers recommended a £61 million leisure facility without ice and at that point without leisure swimming, but were asked to consider the latter. Since that time, officers have now developed a proposal which we are placing in front of council to deliver on the base case for leisure facilities and have provided council with options in terms of the delivery of ice as required. But what officers can't do is they can't provide you with a sustainable model for ice because financially there isn't one. If you ask the other councils who operate public facilities for ice, there is not a sustainable financial model for delivering an ice facility in Perth. Any new ice facility which council chooses to provide in Perth will, based on what we know at this point, require a continuing degree of public subsidy. The base model just now in front of you at £61 million will require council to find £2.7 million of annual revenue costs to service the borrowing for that facility. Will also require a further £1.3 million of revenue costs to subsidise the operation of that facility. So we have to find £4 million of cuts in other service provision to deliver that facility in the future. Any extension to incorporate an ice facility or to increase the cost by introducing further leisure water will increase the borrowing costs. If we work to the £90 million that was discussed earlier on, that will be a further £1.2, £1.3 million of additional annual revenue borrowing, and will introduce an additional revenue running cost as well. So that's what officers have been asked to present to you, but we have provided an option through the information provided that would allow officers to work with the curling community to look at the duals option and to look at an asset transfer or a long-term lease. That's set out in your papers. But I reminded myself, even though I didn't need to, about what the role of officers is here. And that's to deliver the council's vision.
and the Council's 7 corporate priorities. And nowhere in it does it say that officers and the Council are asked to deliver ice facilities or any other sporting facility. It clearly talks about tackling inequality. It clearly talks about tackling poverty and the 6,000 children who we know live in poverty in Perth and Kinross. It does, however, talk about enabling our young people to achieve their full potential. And sport is an incredible opportunity for young people to achieve their full potential. It does talk about physical and mental well-being. And again, sport is important in that. But at no point does it say that the Council has a regulatory or statutory duty to provide any particular form of sport. As officers, we are charged with delivering on the vision and the priorities of Council. And we do not have the luxury of looking to accommodate individual proposals for a particular sport or a particular community. We have to balance the priorities that you have set us as officers, and those priorities involve supporting 6,000 children in poverty, supporting kids with additional support needs, where our numbers are increasing to over 30% in many, if not all, of our schools, and supporting the increasing demand. I mentioned the £8 million a year in terms of additional health and social care costs for those with complex care. That is the balance that we as officers are presenting to you in terms of the option we have presented. It is clearly a decision for Council as to whether or not it wishes to amend and incorporate other activity at additional cost to Council. Thank you for your time, Provost.
Thank you very much. Mr Crawford, you wish to continue your report? Oh, sorry. There's some questions for the Chief Executive. First of all, before you continue, Councillor Colin Stewart, first of all.
Thanks, Provost. I know it's a little unorthodox to ask a question at this point, but we've had a lengthy, detailed introduction from the Chief Executive, so I thought it might be useful. I did want to focus on that corporate priority about improving health and well-being, and also, as you mentioned, the £8 million financial gap over the course of this year that we're looking to plug at the Health and Social Care Partnership. As you'll be aware, one of the priorities as chair of the Integration Joint Board I've been promoting is preventive long-term investment in spending. If we reduce the overall sport offering in Perth and Kinross, what assessment have you made of how that aligns with the corporate objective to improve people's health and well-being and to allow people to live life well? Not only for young people, but I'm thinking for old people who can participate in low-impact sport and physical activity, which they will not be able to do in future if we reduce the offer to the degree proposed.
The answer to the question is we haven't done an assessment specifically round about any individual sport, round about the health impacts. We haven't done that for ice, we haven't done it for swimming, we haven't done that for any other sport, because that wasn't the ask of us at this point in time. I would leave it to colleagues in Lal, I see Paul's here and others, who might be better able to answer in terms of the impact. But we absolutely understand and support the principle of early engagement, involvement in physical activity in terms of tackling health issues, including the rising numbers of individuals with obesity in our community. We understand the involvement in sport and physical activity of all types, not just that's provided within leisure facilities, but we recognise that that's an important element of having a healthy population. But in terms of the analysis of that, I don't have that. I don't believe that's been done.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Allen, you also have a question?
Thank you, Provost, and thank you, Chief Executive. Just based on a couple of remarks that were made there, and on the basis of being the best we can be, we've heard the deputation today, and from school kids to ambitious youth champions, future world champions, as well as the ones that we already have. it sounds to me like the future is bright in curling, and if we're trying to be the best that we can be, we've already got people who already are the best. I was just wondering if the numbers that were used within the justification paper are wrong and are maybe as was presented by David Hay. Would the new numbers justify curling in a different light?
Thank you, Councillor. I can't comment about the numbers. Clearly, there seems to be discrepancy. The numbers that were provided for the report that officers have presented, my understanding is that they have been provided by colleagues in Lao, and I can speak to Stephen and to Paul, and they can provide more response to that. Fundamentally, the question here is not about anti-curling. It's a question of council priorities. The question is, does the council want to spend the 13 to 19 million pounds in capital? Does the council want to spend the annual subsidy which would be required to deliver what I've said earlier on in terms of the new leisure facility? That's a question for council. But right now, as an officer and as your head of paid service, reflecting the priorities that you have given officers and the vision that you're looking to achieve, is this the best use of money? The opinion of officers at this point is no. We're clear in that. But we have provided council with the opportunities to make amendments to that and to take a different view on ice and on leisure water. But our question will be, how do we deliver that anything from 4 to 6 million pounds of revenue cost, depending on the scale that you would be looking to fund, and what the cost of that is in terms of the impact on your workforce and the impact on the delivery of other public services to those that might be more vulnerable and experiencing poverty.
Thank you, Chief Executive. Mr. Crawford, if you would like to continue with the presentation.
Thank you. This is a continuation of the presentation this morning on the integrated proposal. This slide, before I go on to the recommendations, identified the opportunity that the integrated proposal creates with moving PH2O to Thimble Row to actually address some of the greatest need in Perth and Kinross, the housing need. You talked about our corporate priority of addressing poverty. We have, the current proposals within Perth are 70 new homes at Thimble Row. We've got an opportunity to put 150 or potentially 250 new homes. My recommendations are 250 new affordable or social homes on that. We have 3,400 applications on the Common Housing Register, 750 applications of requesting homes in Perth City, with an average of, my colleague Lane would testify, 250 new applications per month. And this is a live and increasing issue. When we looked at this proposal and the various, the Polar House question, the PH2O and the site options, that's why we considered, well, is there other options for creating additional housing within Perth? The available Thimble Row as a PH2O location created a housing opportunity. We came in council, as Claire said earlier, in May 24 with a new disposal of surplus assets policy to enable vacant land and buildings to be repurposed for housing. This was applied in the very first instance at the FNR committee in Pitlochry asset review. With the base case leisure facilities at Thimble Row, an opportunity is created to significantly deliver on that on this at a vacant Perth Leisure Pool and Dewar site. That would contribute to answering Perth's demand for affordable and social housing in the medium term. But I'll move on to the core proposals within the paper, please. Next slide. Thank you. Again, I'm not going to trying to go through each of the papers in detail. I would, we have, sorry, wrong way. In January 24, options for delivery of a revised facilities mix were instructed by council after a decision to integrate 3 existing leisure facilities into one. In addition, proposals were sought to maintain leisure provision during the transition and construction period. Options were considered on the existing site, reusing the current facilities, reusing Dewars, reusing the Perth Leisure Pool, and consideration of a new site at Thimble Row. All the options were costed, and the preferred and recommended option in the papers at Thimble Row. What does this bring? The PH2O has long been discussed about leisure facilities and leisure facilities only. It's the biggest user, or it's the biggest attraction in Perth. The modelling and the proposals that my colleagues online, Neil of Integratis Consulting, we can bring 400. Sorry. Okay. All right. We can bring 400,000 users closer to the high street and the city centre, instead of by moving the location from Perth Leisure Pool and Dewars. By moving it off-site, and again, the direct question from Council was, how do you have a transition plan? Maintains no impact to the current leisure service delivery at Perth Leisure Pool and Dewars away from the redeveloped site, without the chaos of trying to do a tandem build. Encourages enabling of future transport links. We talked about the mobility strategy this morning and how we engage and develop good transport links in Perth. This encourages enabling future transport links into the city centre to link up with PH2O with a footfall of 400,000 a year, to addition to the footfall of 150, 200,000 in the with the Perth Museum. We've got 3 buildings into one. The current facilities of Dewars and Perth Leisure Pool and Bells, which was part of the review, they use over 10,000 kilowatts a year, 10 million kilowatts a year of energy. This proposal brings that closer to 2 million kilowatts, and delivers a facility with a significant capital cost savings to the budget. And revenue savings to current expenditure, and again, the revenue savings would come from the level of LAL subsidy that we do. So this proposal delivers both savings long term in revenue support to the subsidy for leisure, and it delivers the capital saving to budget. Contrary to possibly what the delegation has said, I agree pretty much wholeheartedly with everything that David and his colleagues curlers have said. We investigated options for delivery of ice, curling and skating with Perth Curling, Scottish Curling and Sport Scotland, and also World Curling. As indicated in the report, as part of an integrated sports facility, the Appendix E options, the annual marginal revenue costs of running an ice facility within the one facility are negligible. That's because of the, for curling, low staffing costs, the absolute energy transfer with energy efficiency with heat transfer, all in the one building, and the relatively high income over the season, over a short season, curling season and ice season, contributing to that outcome. What is penal, however, is the high borrowing costs of the capital investment. As the Chief Executive has already said, the lowest cost of adding 3,000 square metres accommodation and 3,000 square metres was a six-lane ice pool, was about £13 million. And that at the borrowing rate is 600,000 per annum for the next 40 years, paying the building off over 40 years. And hence, as a result, with all of the pressures, I'm not recommending that is included in the core facilities mix. What we did investigate, as Perth Curling have said, we had 5 meetings earlier on in the year, and then we crunched we as officers crunched the numbers and say, what does that look like in terms of revenue support put into the model, and then after that I went to Scottish Curling initially, not the Perth Curlers, recognising the significant ask of taking on a facility such as Dewars, and what would the appetite be of Scottish Curling alongside Sport Scotland of doing that, because something the size of Dewars is is massive, a massive obligation. And that was a question, and what's the appetite of Vincent Bryson as the Chief Executive of Sport Scotland, and Mark Cowan of, Vincent Bryson of Scottish Curling, and Mark Cowan of Sport Scotland, to doing this. And that was the 2 or 3 meetings I had with them to say, what is your appetite, which they were very positive about. But as David said, well, what's the detail within that? I mean, to summarise, the build at PH2 at Thimble Road, based on the leisure facilities meet at Council earlier this year, allows us to keep the Perth Leisure Pool and Dewars open during the build period, so there's no disruption, and delivers significant savings to the capital and revenue budgets going forward. Next slide, please. Parking came up this morning. Perceptions versus reality. You know, when we met as members briefing, we've got total. We undertook a survey. There was a 2017 survey undertaken by Sistra that modelled the LDP. The impact of the LDP2 up until 2023. So we went back after and did a 2-week survey of car parking in Perth. We appreciate that there's some concerns about the overall reduction. Individual car parks may occasionally be full, and as we say, Mill Street, you know, it is very rare that there's not. You know, there's some space there, but in other areas there's lots of space. Detailed design in any proposals will encourage active travel and public transport connections rather than car parking. You know, as we heard previously, Thimble Row was, you know, what we're proposing here, taking away car parking from Thimble Row. Thimble Row actually was approved in 2021 for housing. And that's something that I was probably unaware of until, you know, quite recently. Unfortunately, the survey was, was a snapshot in time, and there is a full survey planned for later in the year that will inform it. But anecdotally, in 2017, certainly looking at council reports from 2021, and speaking to parking attendants, and from the members' briefing note that I sent to you, there appears to be, there is adequate car parking across Perth, even with the loss of Thimble Row and Dewars. Next slide, please. Getting Perth moving and growing. Integrated investment. We basically, our proposal, as I said at the beginning, was develop Perth Leisure Pool and Dewars site as housing when PH2 opens. We could potentially put 250 affordable social housing units. You know, we can put options around older people housing, but it would be subject to a full planning brief. But it's there. We went to council in May and in June. You know, and this is one way of saying, well, how do you deal with all of our priorities, as the Chief Executive has said. Next slide, please. Lastly, one of the questions when in January, where we agreed to integrate 3 facilities into one, in April, Bells was listed. That got a different focus to Bells. It was agreed in May by council that the building comes back into the council portfolio. What my proposal here is to consider options for that sooner rather than later, because ultimately, as a redundant building, as a listed building, it's going to attract all sort of unwarranted attention. And the agreement in May was to consider it. You know, well, what are the options going forward? The dome is the element of significant architectural interest. I've had quite a number of discussions with Historic Scotland. The building becoming vacant later this month after Lowell moved to Dewars. Drainage investment is planned by Scottish Water, and they've actually written to me today confirming that confirming their timescales for that. And this proposal seeks approval to set a ball rolling on a public consultation on possible options for Bells. Next slide, please. You know, again, what slide? The translucent roof. That was the original proposal.
Would you speak a bit closer to the microphone? Sorry, hold on. People are struggling to hear you.
Okay, my apologies. And it was to set the ball rolling. Potentially a translucent roof, potentially an unheated space, potentially. Next slide, please. Using it for you know, with an AstroTurf perch or a pitch or a multi-use space within it. Again, looking to, we've got an obligation to maintain it, to look after the building, but are there options within that that one are affordable and that reduce revenue costs? We've done some very high-level modelling of income and expenditure of an open-air space. We've got a huge demand for synthetic pitches across Perth and Kinross, if not Perth, and the initial models show something that actually looks quite break-even, given the demand and likely charges once the capital investment is put in. And again, this was something, you know, to whet people's appetite. I fully expect there would be, you know, going to consultation, interested parties with different views, different ways of operation. But I think what we want to do, you know, and including in this, was how do we start to deal with this proactively rather than sit there waiting for something to do, waiting for another council officer's report. So hence this is added in as a last recommendation. So that concludes the presentation of the leisure options. Develop Bells as Sports Centre Dome, keeps the iconic building in use in a sustainable way, opportunity to answer demand for other sport and leisure use, and again it links to the usage of North Inch. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Crawford. First question, Leader of the Council.
Thanks, Provost, and thanks, Stephen, for that presentation. I think you've trailed it to all of us several times, so thanks for your perseverance and coming up with that. You could probably do it in your sleep. This follows on, and I don't know if it's for Stephen or whatever. I was thinking about the discussion on parking this morning, and I'm hoping that we don't have it's all about parking again this afternoon. So I was going to ask maybe the Chief Executive, I don't know, if to ensure that we have early sight, if we build on Thimble Row, can we ensure that we have early sight of changes to the parking utilisation as a result of that development up there? And can officers commit to monitoring the usage of all city centre car parks, including repeating the manual counting process on a period of, say, every 6 months during the build and during the time when we're filling up Puller House, so we have a moving understanding of what the parking's going to be? And if at any time it's a break even or demands begin to look like it exceeds the overall availability of car park space in the city centre, will officers be mandated to bring back proposals for identifying additional options for car parking? So that's my question, if that can be done.
Chief Executive.
Yeah, the simple answer is yes. We can pick that up in terms of monitoring. We can.
Thank you, and that's accepted and minuted.
Second part of the question.
Sorry, the second part in terms of the implications, or yeah, I'm assuming that we would report back to council in terms of that monitoring exercise. Yeah, so if there was an implication in terms of the overall parking provision in the city centre, then we would set out what the options would be at that point. Yes.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Braun, you have 2 questions.
Thanks, Provost. I'm happy to just do one if you wish. We'll follow on. But obviously, very important curling, but we haven't mentioned anything about leisure water today. My understanding is that at the present PLP, something like 40% of people use it are families. They come to use the leisure water, the flumes, the waves, or whatever. I can't find the page in the report, but I think it mentions in the proposed Thimble Row area, inflatables. I just wonder what inflatables are and what they're going to how they're going to compete with flumes and wave machines and whatever. You know, it's the big attraction, obviously.
Councillor Braun, we circulated a briefing note to all members on the timetabling of the swimming pool as built into the model of the 8 by 25 metre pool that identified Saturdays and Sundays that there was inflatable sessions. Possibly Paul Cromwell would want to add to that.
Afternoon. Could I miss some of the question there? Could I hear it again? Was it related to leisure swimming? Okay, so obviously the work that's been done over the last few months as part of the instruction from the meeting in January is to say, well, how do we reflect what the pool is going to look like in terms of how we provide, in my view, a balanced programme, which is the mythical thing that we all try to provide as an operator. So obviously having an 8-lane pool as an example with a movable floor just provides a huge amount more flexibility in terms of what we have now. Now, an 8-lane pool is probably replicated across the country and across the UK in terms of the provision. So what can you provide in that? We can provide a range of things. And if you have that new flexibility, you can do things at the same time, which we're unable to do now. So we can have children's swimming lessons at the same time as we have fitness swimming. We can have clubs in at the same time as we have fitness swimming. So you have much more flexibility in terms of how you make sure that you've got full occupancy and that you're providing a balanced programme across a range of different groups in our communities. In terms of leisure swimming, again, if you look across the country, then what typically happens is you introduce leisure items to your pool. There's obviously times when we have children and families in where there's not a demand in terms of club swimming, for example. So as Stephen said, that Saturday, Sunday afternoons, for example, is a typical time where we would introduce leisure activity, whether that's play items or inflatables or that type of thing. And I'm sure you've seen the type of thing we're talking about. So what you have with an 8-lane pool is that ability to have an 8-lane pool with a movable floor, more flexibility in terms of how you program to maximize its usage. It's not replicating flumes and the sort of the leisure park type of facilities. It's not doing that, but it is providing probably what is a more typical leisure offer in terms of the sector in recent years. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Braun, did that answer your remaining questions?
Thank you. The second question was more to do with the finance thing. I just wanted a bit of clarification from what Mr. Glenn was saying. Maybe Mr. Walker might clarify. This £90 million, which is in the capital budget, my understanding was, although it may not physically be borrowed, there was allocation in the revenue budget to cover that cost already there. Maybe I've got that wrong, but I just wanted some clarification on that. Because we've always been said the 90 million is there for use. So is it just a figure on a piece of paper, or have we actually borrowed the money, or are we allocating revenue for that cost already, but we haven't actually borrowed it yet?
Mr. Walker, that sounds like one for you.
So sorry, that was really broken up. I think you asked, have we borrowed that money? No, we have not borrowed it to date.
Question was also whether...
Yeah, but I was trying to find, we've talked about the 90 million in the budget, the capital budget. My question is it literally just a figure on a piece of paper, or have we borrowed the money and we're paying the interest, or are we allocating an amount for interest, but we haven't actually borrowed it yet, but it's in the budget, we're paying for it effectively. What I'm saying, we've got the funding for it already, that's what I'm saying.
So we've not borrowed it yet because we're not about to spend it. We have made provision for it in our planning assumptions. So you'll remember the council took a decision in last year's budget to add £800,000 on a recurring basis. It also took a decision to start applying 1% of council tax. So we've started making provision to build up the funding, but we've not borrowed it yet because we don't need it.
So just to be clear then, so we have allowed for it in our revenue budget?
On the basis that the council holds to the policy agreed last February in terms of the 1%, we're starting to make inroads into putting the funding aside for the project.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Waters next.
Thank you, Provost. Three kind of questions, but they're all exceptionally closely linked, if that's okay. Just from the energy usage on the Thimble Row proposition and the local heat network that was mentioned, just a wee bit more detail on how that work and link in. The potential, second question is the potential of investigating geothermal, so not ground source heat pump, but proper geothermal, given the Midland Aquifer is potentially under the site. And the third question, based on the community ice facility and the questions earlier on, is the potential for a community ice facility at Dewars to potentially, and following on for Jack's question, potentially link into a heat network, energy network for Perth City? Thank you.
These proposals are at the earliest stage. They are all based on anticipated, well, on building regulations that are live in 2024. You know, they're electric, so it's not using fossil fuels. The heat network proposals for Perth are at an early stage, and there's every intention that whatever we build here would be part of the base load for any heat network proposals going forward, be it geothermal, you know, and those will be probably a combination of geothermal, you know, private wire electric, or generation locally. So what we've got here is a proposal that will be able to be linked into any network in the longer term.
And sorry, just the last bit, that there is a community ice facility that if it's generating extra heat, that could also be a lock-in as a supplier into the system as well.
If a community-run energy facility has got spill heat or surplus energy, then that is a way of, well, how do we harness that within the locality?
Thank you. Bailey next, please.
Thank you, Provost. Thank you for the paper and all the work that's gone into the background to this. My question is about the merits and demerits of a separate leisure pool versus having leisure users share a pool with training and more serious uses. Can you tell me a bit about the temperature differential those different users expect? I understand there's quite a bit of temperature differential about whether one can warm the pool up ready for leisure to happen later in the day. And then also furthermore, if council were minded to ask for a dedicated leisure pool, which site would that be easiest to deliver it on? Would it be cheapest to deliver that if we were to retain the Glover Street site, or would it be cheaper to deliver it on the Thimble Row site? Thank you.
To answer your question, for the first question on pool temperatures, training pools or activity pools would normally be at 1 or 2 degrees below what a leisure pool facility would be. They're generally run at the higher temperature for multi-use. To answer your separate question, both sites are, they're both are significant sites. And we could equally, the easiest construction is at Thimble Row because it doesn't impact the current operation and it's a standalone site. So for you to answer your question, the ease of construction, Thimble Row is a lot easier because we don't have to deal with the current 350,000 users of Perth Leisure Pool and Dewars with a major construction project that's going to take 24 to 30 months to complete.
I should have been more specific, I suppose, regarding cost. Does trying to fit a dedicated leisure pool at Thimble Row result in plant having to go underground or adding an extra story or anything like that on, or are you happy it can fit within the existing design?
I don't have that detail at the moment. The Thimble Row site is quite a large site, but we haven't done that detailed design.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Cuthbert, you have 3 questions.
Yeah, I've got 3. I can either ask them one at a time or just far away. Okay. Page 171, paragraph 2.9. That confused me because it seemed to indicate we were increasing the parking available in Perth. My calculation works out that we're actually losing 509 car parking spaces, and these car parking spaces are all currently producing revenue, which is either going into our car parking revenue reserve account or it's going into Live Active Leisure, which is reducing how much subsidy we have to give Live Active Leisure. Under the current proposals, all that revenue is going to be lost. So I'm a bit confused why this is the most economic, and given the financial pressures we're under, why this is the most economical solution, when by retaining Thimble Row and keeping the car parking going, you keep the income coming in. And obviously you'd lose the Glover Street and Dewars temporarily while you're rebuilding. But in terms of money, it looks to me like keeping it Glover Street would actually produce more revenue than putting it on Thimble Row.
I'll ask Kirsty to answer that question.
As has been discussed a few times today, the car parks are currently underutilised. The income we receive from them, they obviously cost money to run, and the income received, we are not reaching the capacity of them. We are not seeing the demand to retain them. So yes, there would be a reduction in revenue, but there is other spaces in the other car parks this revenue would go to. If people want to come to the city centre, they could just park in one of the other car parks.
Yeah, I understand that. It's just that we're seeing increasing demand, as was illustrated earlier, where I pointed out it was 24% more income this year than last year. And what we're doing is we're saying forevermore we'll not be able to use Thimble Row for the same level of income, and Glover Street and Dewars will disappear completely forevermore. So as time goes on, and obviously with 509 spaces coming out of the equation, the current existing car parking spaces are going to be a lot more utilised, and therefore, you know, you're going to cause problems further down the line.
Just to add to my previous answer as well, with the purchase confirmed for Kinross Street multi-storey car park, we will see additional income from that, which we don't currently have at the moment. And we also will see a saving from that in terms of we won't be paying for our parking spaces in it as well. I think this would refer to what Councillor Lang had said earlier around us monitoring the car parking, and if there is an additional need that's identified during that monitoring period, dealing with that with proposals for additional parking. We won't know until we have that data.
I'm on back with my next question, which basically my calculation, and maybe Scott can correct me if I'm wrong, with an income of £237,420, if we take a 2% interest rate, which potentially is where we'll end up with going forward, that means it's enough income to fund £11.87 million worth of capital borrowing. So what I'm a bit confused about, we're giving up this income and obviously then the potential to borrow, but we're committing ourselves to other borrowing.
So I think the income you're talking about is in the car park trading account. That would only fund car park trading account activity. So you couldn't bring it across to fund general fund activity.
My understanding on that is it can be used for other purposes if there's no additional requirement for car parking services. So you can use it for road lining and road repairs and stuff like that, but I could be wrong.
It can be used, but you need to be creative, and it also needs to comply with the law. I mean, the law is quite specific in terms of what it can and can't be used. We are as creative as we can be in terms of using the car park trading account, but there are restrictions about what we can and can't do with that income.
Okay, thank you. My third question. Basically, we've heard that Perth Leisure Pool requires a subsidy of £769,000 a year, and Dewars is £346,000, I believe. So it's roughly 1.1 million. If we're going to build this new facility at Thimble Row, we're going to be leaving Dewars and the Perth Leisure Pool running, and we're going to be paying £1.1 million a year while we're doing the planning and construction work at Thimble Row. That will cost us an additional 2 or 3 million rather than demolishing Perth Leisure Pool and Dewars and rebuilding on that site. So we're talking about an increased cost in terms of building the same thing. Is that right? I mean, that's logical to me.
These proposals are about maintaining service. So yes, you're right. We will be providing subsidy to allow to operate those two facilities while at a time frame paying pre-construction costs for building the new facility. Yes, so that'll be a double whammy.
Yeah. So in other words, it's £1.1 million for those additional services for the period of running them. Which you wouldn't be paying that otherwise. If you took them down, if you assume and stop those services temporarily.
At no time have we suggested there will be a loss of service provision here. The proposal is about maintaining the services during the construction period with as little risk to disruption as possible.
I accept what you're saying. All I'm trying to say is that it's actually cheaper from a expenditure point of view, revenue point of view, if we did actually cut the services for 2 years and then build this things on this.
Can I just come in there? I mean, if we were to do that, then we would have no service provision. We've got, swimming pool facilities, swimming lessons, and the continuation of that is absolutely key here in terms of this offer, which I think Stephen has outlined.
Okay, Councillor Forbes next, please.
Thanks, Provost. Two very straightforward and linked questions regarding homes within the city centre. You said, Stephen, the proposal, I think I heard you correctly, the proposal was subject to a full funding review. Does that mean that the money's maybe not there yet? So we might not be able to build these homes, or I may have misheard you.
The Scottish, or sorry, the housing investment plan runs over 5 years. What we've got is this, any construction of the affordable houses as proposed would be from, say, 2029, 2030 onwards. We don't have a new housing investment programme beyond for the current life of the ship. This is a proposal to create a vacant site that would then go forward to presumably the ship to be included in that as an affordable housing site, and then proposals for, is it 100% affordable housing, is it a mixed tenure, or a planning brief would then be developed. So any new housing on this site, because we would be providing services on this site up until 28, 29, any funding for new housing would be allocated beyond that time.
Thanks. So my second quick question is relating to empty buildings within the city centre. Do you think if we were to fill all of those empty buildings, we'd get the same number of, or the same amount of housing stock by building homes within empty properties in the city centre?
I have no data on the empty homes in the city centre, but Elaine can answer that.
Elaine Ritchie. If you can maybe comment just for the public viewing and those members online.
She had the answer no, but she might give a bit more detail to that. Short answer, if that's okay, Councillor Forbes, is no.
Okay, Councillor Allen.
Thank you, Provost. We've got a very busy facility with our swimming pool in Perth, and people and families travel far and wide to come to it. The proposal is to do very little beyond an 8-lane pool, unless I've got that very wrong. An inflatable and some disco lights will not attract the same numbers as we currently enjoy. H2O, which suggests that we've got water and ice at the heart of the facility. Yet we appear to be going for the cheapest of all options. How much would it cost to go for an all singing and dancing water leisure facility? Thank you.
Mr. Crawford.
If you recall back in January, there was a facilities mix agreed, and there was questions on what was the additional cost of ice. That's what we've done. We have not costed a leisure water option at this time.
And can I also come back in on that point, because I think as council is aware that these proposals have been before council before, and they have either been paused or put back due to the affordability factors of the mix, which is why we're currently in the situation, as instructed by council in January, to come back with the base case, which is what you have presented before you.
Is it okay to come back?
Yes.
Yeah. So my question was, how much more would it cost for an all singing and dancing water facility? That was primarily on the basis of the fact that we've got, and many other councillor colleagues today have already mentioned the fact that we've currently got flumes, we've got running water, we've got all sorts of things. Now we're going back to the basics. We're not actually showing any ambition or any aspiration to get people into this facility.
Okay. The Chief Executive is going to answer this question.
Thank you, Provost, for inviting me back in. I didn't intend to speak again. I had a reaction to Claire's comments about what the instruction was of council. To be clear, my understanding of her comments was about what the instruction was from 2023 to revisit the £90 million proposal, which at that time was determined to be unaffordable. We brought you back a base case in January of this year, and that did not include a number of elements, ice and leisure water, in the way that you've just described it. And that's when council asked us to go back and revisit the options, particularly for ice. As Mr. Cromwell has stated, there is an option to deliver leisure swimming in the provision that has been set out at Thimble Row. It does not include flumes, but it is consistent with a model that is regularly used by other leisure facilities across the country. And one of the reasons my understanding for that is because of the expense of running the larger leisure water facilities. But the model being proposed at Thimble Row is not inconsistent with how leisure is being offered in other pools across Scotland.
Okay, Councillor Harvey next, please.
Thank you, Provost. You'll be glad to know this is not about parking or flumes. You mentioned in your initial presentation about you projected 400,000 new users close to the city centre and therefore the subsequent footfall, and that compares to the 200,000 for the new facility in Perth. Was that the right number I overheard? Can you confirm that?
Included in your papers is on each option, and again identified by per function, be it swimming lessons, be it fitness, and those are figures approximately 400,000 annual visitors to the facility.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Welch next.
Thank you. I've got a couple of questions for Paul Cromwell, if that's okay.
Yeah.
Paul, do you want to come to the... Thanks. I guess, first of all, it's to congratulate you on your resilience and love for what must be many years of uncertainty and non-decision. I'm not sure how many years that is, but you'll probably tell me. A question specifically about two of them. Short-term and long-term requirements for both revenue and capital, if a decision is not made today, would be a useful thing to understand. And also, you know, ultimately, as an organisation, LAL's been through significant pressures. I think of COVID. I think of obviously flooding, at Bells. So from a perspective of a resilient organisation and the organisation's future, are you concerned that ultimately no decision today may put LAL at risk in terms of hemorrhaging money and ultimately the people of Perth and Kinross ending up with nothing in a few years' time? Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that. That's a fairly large question. Okay, so in terms of capital, obviously I think the report identifies the 25-year capital costs. The report that came to you in January indicated, I think it's about £2.6 million worth of identified costs just in terms of survey work that we've had done between DUERS and PLP. So obviously that's something we need to consider. Impact of not making decisions. I mean, Mr. Hay talked about it at the very start of these discussions. It's, you know, that's extremely challenging for everybody to have that level of uncertainty going forward. We have had a challenging 4 years, as is probably most people that are operating businesses. In terms of what that means for PLP and DUERS, then the reality is we're really continuing to manage decline for an unknown period. DUERS and Perth Leisure Pool have been great venues, which I think we all recognise, and that's the challenges that obviously people are talking about today, but they are builds of their time. They're not energy or design efficient, and this means we remain consistently susceptible to not only existing high energy prices, but when they turn, it means we get a disproportionate higher cost from that because they're so energy demanding. We've looked at environmental projects, but again, I go back to the leisure asset review in January, which determined not to progress any environmental projects for Perth Leisure Pool and DUERS. And this made sense. This makes sense because costs of initiatives and these things are high. They may require periods of venue closure, and payback typically is over a number of years. So that decision made sense if we're going to have a PH2O in a relatively few number of years. But obviously, the longer we continue to delay, not only are we not making any of those gains, then the question comes back to, should we be moving these projects forward or should we have already started? We are experiencing, talk about revenue, despite our best efforts, unplanned closures are increasing. The swimming club will testify to that. And the venues, and in particular probably Perth Leisure Pool, is starting to look tired. And those that have been there recently will notice some significant issues that we have. The walkway from Glasgow Road, the outdoor pool, and we have facilities that link to the outdoor pool and the Health Suite are currently offline and have been for some time. And they're proving technically challenged. This isn't about cost. They're proving technically challenging for us to reinstate. So this detrimental reputational impact is going to continue, and that's a challenge for us. What else does it do? Uncertainty isn't helpful for our staff teams. It tends to drive your staff to look for something else. And we are reliant on, we have staff that have some very significant skills. And again, I go back to the curling discussion earlier. We have a team there that provide some of the best ice in the world. The longer we have indecision, then the more likely that resources may leave us and leave us with more significant challenges in the short term. The financial backdrop, I have to mention to this, is that obviously we have reduced public spending. We've got the inflation costs that we talk about, which have varied over the last few years. Rising staff costs, which we're all familiar with. To counter this increase in expenditure, then obviously what we need to do is increase our footfall and try and increase our income generation. But after what I've just said, these things aren't compatible. These are, these things don't, a poorer experience and not having features working and an aging infrastructure and the expectation that we're going to continue to increase footfall and income and generate more income in the next few years, it really just isn't compatible at all. So, and this is borne out, I suppose, in some of the figures. Our first quarter this year at PLP is down 17% on where we were last year. And there's a number of factors that are involved in that, but not least the ones I've already mentioned. PLP is really important to the company's overall financial health. The income that we generate from PLP is over 40% of the total company's income. So again, we're putting a lot of reliance on a venue that we continue to have to manage in a declining state. So hopefully that encapsulates really the challenges we have. We have those challenges if we get a decision, because we've still got to manage that over the next 4 or 5 years, but at least we can do it in a planned way and we can look at the resources we have conversations with our council colleagues and work out a plan. The longer we don't have a decision, then the much more difficult that becomes for us to do. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Cromwell.
Thank you for your comprehensive answer. I think that was helpful for you to talk through all these things, in response to those questions. You missed out one. How many years of indecision have there been as a new councillor? It'd be interesting to understand that. Thank you.
I'm not, with all due respect, going to go into that. Obviously, I've been involved with this project for a number of years. I think everybody just wishes to see the conclusion and the best outcome for our communities. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Duff.
Thank you, Provost. Throughout the report, there are various bits of information about statistics in terms of usage and such like for all of the facilities at Dewars and at Perth Leisure Pool, etc., etc. In the report, it talks about one of the benefits is of bringing 400,000 users to the city centre. And if PH2O is not to have separate leisure water, it's not to have ice, it's not to have bowling, and some other facilities that we have elsewhere. Have these figures been adjusted for the likely lower number of users that will want to come to PH2 than our current facilities? So it's really just a question of, is the 400,000 users based on an estimate of what PH2O and Thimble would bring in, or is it based on the current situation? Thank you.
If I can answer that, yes. I have on the call Neil Ross from Integratis Consulting, who did make those proposals, but they're based on current use and they're used on anticipated use of the new facilities when constructed. Excluding ice and leisure water, if that's your question.
Sorry, did you suggest Mr. Ross was going to provide some more detail on that?
My answer is a yes. We've spent a lot of time on the modelling of this and the demand, and that's why my briefing note to you on water, for instance, we've timetabled the week out in terms of anticipated, demand for swimming lessons, demand for free swimming, lane swimming, inflatable sessions, and that's all built into that model. So there's nothing here that would suggest, well, that was what the figure was last year, so we'll just model that through.
Sorry, so if I'm just being clear on that then, Stephen, the 400,000 figure that's mentioned about bringing into the city centre is the predicted usage of PH2O as currently in your report?
Yeah, as the base case facilities mix, yes. If additional functionality was to be added, we'd have to go back and look at that again.
Yeah, I mean, I think if you draw your attention to page 185 of the report and the table there, it details the activity within the proposal at Thimble Row and the projected usage against each of these. So obviously, because leisure water is not included within the scope or the spec, then there is not a figure against that.
Okay, Leader of the Council.
Thanks, Provost. I've got 4 questions, but I can do 2 and then just all 4 of them. Oh, that's take the stage. First of all, I'd like Mr. Walker if he can go up and explain to us the pressures that our capital budget is facing at the moment, and also the pressures that that are going to occur to our revenue budget as he sees them in light of the probability that we won't even get flat cash next year and what the budget deficit is already. Just some financials behind where we are, Scott.
Okay, thank you. So I'm probably going to chunk that answer, if that's okay. If we look at the current year, we are preparing the current year's revenue monitoring. That will include a 7-figure overspend in the current year. It's going to provide further uncertainties around about pay awards that have not been settled in the current year that are likely to lead to additional costs to the council. It's also going to include reference to the £8.1 million that the Chief Executive referred to this morning in terms of health and social care, and that may or may not impact on the council's funding. We're also working up a revised medium-term financial plan and provisional revenue budget assumptions. As all councils will be aware, we do have a balanced provisional revenue budget for the next couple of years. However, there are some real big assumptions in there that you all took when we agreed budgets. We assumed flat cash from the Scottish Government. That's highly unlikely now, and there is speculation across many councils that we should be revising those assumptions. It also makes assumptions in terms of pay increases over the last few years, and these have not proven to be the case. Importantly, it also includes flat cash contributions to our partnership. So again, that will be a decision we will bring to you. The delivery of the balanced budget also includes £11.3 million worth of savings that you have already agreed for for 25, 26 and 26, 27. And within that, as was alluded to this morning, £4 million comes from education and learning and £500,000 from children's services. So we don't have our problems to seek in terms of the revenue budget. In terms of the capital budget, I mean, even with the 1% that was been applied last year by council to support the capital budget, over the long term, it's still unaffordable. We still fall off an edge of a cliff in about 30 years, and we need to start making adjustments for that. There is no provision for future education estate if there is to be big investment there. Mrs. Miller mentioned this morning about our roads position. We've only got a budget of £10 million recurring. Our steady state is now 17 million. So we're £7 million a year short in terms of maintaining our roads provision. And just beyond that, beyond the current revenue budget we're dealing with, council will also be aware that in 28-29, £4 million unwinds from the service concession scheme that we agreed 2 years ago. So that's another pressure that we will have to deal with within the next couple of years' provisional revenue budgets. That's your question.
Yeah, thanks. I think that gives a flavour of so everybody within the chamber understands the capital and revenue pressures we're under and the extremely difficult decisions we're going to have to make. already. Oh, it's gone. I was going to sing for you there. Can we have, just to reinforce that, to follow on, it seems a long time ago Mrs. Mailer stood up and gave us an intro to this part of the paper. So I was wondering if you would do this, the honour of just reiterating what Scott said with what you said this morning.
Yeah, and whilst you won't want me to go into the whole sort of 10 minutes of the introduction, I think it was just that reminder about, you know, the really difficult financial situation that we're in, the 10 million plus savings, significant budget savings that council agreed in February, that council officers are still struggling to deliver on. We are seeing the negative impacts in these cuts in our communities already. As Scott has just said, you know, we've got real challenges, particularly in terms of significant savings coming forward in education and indeed children's services. Unfunded areas in terms of the capital budget going forward, and huge pressures coming forward. 6,000 children living in poverty here in Perth and Kinross, increasing levels of homelessness, more adults needing complex care packages, population growth and increasing numbers of children with additional support needs. The demands on services, as we say, through welfare rights, through housing, through homelessness, through all of our services are continuing to increase. And that, against a backdrop of some real financial challenges, makes it extremely difficult. And I think, again, point that I drew your attention to this morning was 2.1 of the covering report, reminding councillors that all of the proposals that we have brought forward today are based upon affordability and making decisions which deliver on the council's priorities, previously backed up by you. It is really challenging, but we've done our very best to be creative within the financial limitations that we have to make the very best use of the buildings, the sites and the opportunities that we're considering here today. So I know we've got, you know, huge discussions here this afternoon in terms of the financial context and what we would really all like to deliver for our communities. But our financial situation is extremely difficult and we've got limited budget within which to deliver on this particular area.
Okay, thank you. On you go then.
I was wondering if Mr. Fife could tell us, you know, around the service disruption of trying to, and the safety implications, etc., of building on the PH2O site at Glover Street, and the benefits, in his view, of having a split and building on the other side while maintaining services.
I think doing a tandem build at the Glover Street site would be extremely challenging. You would immediately lose most, if not all, of the car parking, with the exception of the underground at Dewars. I don't think a contractor would be comfortable with the amount of visitors that we're talking about going across or through the construction site. There'd be a realignment of access and egress from the site. So overall, I think it would be more straightforward for a contractor to build on Thimble Row.
Okay, and if there was any opportunity to do it, would that not increase the cost of building because of the difficulties, where if they can get straightforward in and out with no members of the public and everything's closed, it would obviously be a cheaper build?
A contractor may well choose to price in risk due to the tandem build as they do on other projects similar to our schools, yes.
Okay, thanks. And finally, the last, oh sorry, Stephen.
Can I just add to that? One of the key reasons for choosing another site was with currently 400,000 people coming to that site, there is a real safety issue of trying to do a tandem build. The modelling we've done on it brings any new construction very close to entrances. As Paul has already said, you know, we've already got an entrance from Glasgow Road that's not working. You know, there's a huge impact on user experience lack of car parking during construction. There's likely disruption. I mean, one of your questions would be over a 30-year construction, 30-month construction period. What impact would that be? We would have services disruptions. We would have, lots of workarounds. I couldn't guarantee that even the buildings would be, or the services would be able to be maintained. We know on the site already. Paul and I have done quite a bit of investigation on because of the previous flood there. Well, what's the condition of all the drainage, where those all fit, and hence actually creating a construction site there. It may seem easy from a master planning perspective, but it's got real challenges. And again, I come back to my duty would be to try and propose things that lessen health and safety risk, and definitely moving to Thimble Row keeps it tight there and takes away all the users. It takes away all the risk from the current site.
Thanks. And finally, I think it's only fair that we allow the consultant or Paul to, their figures were quite heavily rebutted, and their professionalism possibly called into question, or ability, by the delegation. So I think it's only fair to give them a chance to state their figures and how they arrived at them.
If I could ask Neil Ross, who's on this call. Neil, are you there?
I am indeed. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, thanks. Okay, obviously there's been quite a lot said about levels of usage in terms of curling. I suppose there was some discussion about meetings that were held to discuss things like usage. And just for clarity, there was a meeting held on the 18th of April, which wasn't mentioned, I think, by any parties. And that was a meeting that was held with members of staff from Live Active Leisure and representation from the Curling Club. And the purpose of that meeting was to go through our data, which I'll talk to in a little bit more detail, to understand the data from Live Active Leisure's perspective, but also to understand the data from the club's perspective, and also to validate that data to make sure it was accurate. Now, we walked out of that meeting with the data having been validated and agreed with Live Active Leisure and representation from the Curling Club. Now, in terms of the actual usage data that we've used for curling, that comes from Live Active Leisure, and it comes from two primary sources. It comes from their computer records, which are very, very detailed on an hour-by-hour, day-by-day, month-by-month basis. And it also comes from various manual records, which are primarily focused around curling events. So we've taken those two primary sources of data and we've gone through them forensically. Day by day, hour by hour, month by month, year by year, to validate them. We've checked them with Lal, and we've also discussed them in detail, and what I thought we had done was agreed them with the Curling Club. That gives us a level of usage that we were using as a base level of usage for 23-24 of just over 16,000 usages. Not the 10,000 that the Curling Club were referring to earlier, and not the 20,000 that was being referred to earlier, but somewhere almost in between those two figures. And that 16,000 annual usages for curling comes from two sources. It comes from the day-to-day usage by curlers, members and non-members. And it also comes from usage of the rink for curling events. So the split for curling between events and day-to-day usage is just over 11,000 for curling day-to-day and just over 5,000 for curling related events. That gives you your total of 16,400 annual usages. And we're happy that that data is accurate and has been agreed. The thing that I would point out, which gets confused sometimes, when we talk about usage for curling and utilise levels of utilisation. And when we look at utilisation of every rink within the curling establishment at Dewars, and we look at that on an hour by hour, day by day, month by month basis, the variation in levels of usage, or utilisation rather, is huge. At peak time, as the curling club have alluded to, the level of utilisation is upwards of 80–90%. So that's peak time, evenings, Monday to Friday. The level of usage is, you know, almost at capacity. But at times out with those peak hours, the level of utilisation of the rink is very, very low and can be less than 20%. So that's where we get a combined curling utilisation, taking account of all times that the rink is available, of around 38%. And again, we're happy that that represents an accurate view of actual usage for the facility. And I have to say that the meetings that we've had with the club, with Scottish Curling, have allowed, as Stephen alluded to earlier, have allowed us to develop a programme which, from a budget model perspective, is cost neutral, you know. But the challenge is when you take into account the capital costs, the substantial capital costs of building an ice rink, and then the substantial costs of borrowing to service that debt, that's where the business case from the council's perspective doesn't stand up. But the usage and the levels of usage, they have been validated and verified, and they are accurate.
Okay, thank you. I've got a point of clarification from Bailey.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. In response to Councillor Laing's questions about the tandem build, we heard from officers that there's various health and safety and cost concerns and other challenges with that. It's concerning to be hearing those today, obviously, because, as I understand it, I've been here for 7 years of the debate about this topic, and it's been debated for 12 years. The tandem build has been the officer proposal for all of those years and has only stopped being the proposal now. And then we're hearing that the tandem build is risky and dangerous. Could we have some clarity about whether a tandem build was previously proposed or not? Thank you.
The previous proposal that was approved, the £90 million option, was a demolition of Dewars. So we were demolishing Dewars, and there was and that whole half of that site was going to be the redevelopment. So there would have been a cessation of service. What I think is getting asked is, can we keep Dewars going? Can we keep Perth Hydropole going and try and shoehorn the new development in the bottom part of the site? And I'm saying that has a greater degree of risk attached to it. Sorry, you heard that. My apologies.
Was there a tandem element to the extent that we were going to be keeping swimming going during that build, though?
That was the basis, but with a significant gap in activity.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Colin Stewart next.
Thanks, and I just wanted to follow up on some of Councillor Laing's questions, and I've got a couple of my own. In terms of the safety and the road access for the tandem build project at Glover Street, by comparison, would there be road closures or safety issues at Thimble Row?
I haven't done a detailed construction plan for that yet.
Thanks. So at the moment, we would be comparing apples and oranges then. In terms of the question about the cost of borrowing and the capital budget, the cost of borrowing the £13 million extra to include the ICE option will be not substantially different to the cost of the £10 million that we've borrowed this morning to purchase Pooler House, will it? It'll be the same cost of borrowing, but just multiplied up by 30%.
Yeah, so that's the £650,000 that Stephen referred to this morning. It's roughly £45,000 per £1 million.
My point being that we haven't gone out and asked the public whether they want us to buy Pool a House, and we've committed £10 million to of capital spending and the associated revenue costs. But we do know that the public would like leisure swimming and ice, and the cost is being presented as a prohibitive challenge in terms of delivering ice. My question on, I know that we have spent quite a lot of time asking about parking, but I did want to ask about the parking option at Thimble Row. Firstly, we heard during the deputations that the Mercure Hotel uses spaces, obviously they have limited space, 76 bedrooms I think, and limited space outside their own property, and so clients or visitors to the hotel or conferences that they hold or events will use Thimble Row, potentially 20-25 of those spaces a day. Do we know, were those was consideration of those parking spaces taken into account during the reduction in the proposed number for the Thimble Row bill?
In terms of who was parked in the car parks when we were doing the utilisation study, they could be local residents, they could have been visits to the city centre, they could have been from the Mercure Hotel, so no, in that regard. Okay, and the second question on Thimble Row is just, I wonder, would officers acknowledge that the provision, the references in 3.4 in the report are wrong? So it refers to NPF 4 policy, it refers to the number of spaces proposed being a requirement from our Perth and Kinross planning advice, or in this case our local development plan, and that the 70 number could be bigger.
The 70 number would be so. This number of car parking spaces was a minimum from the planning department based on roads guidance. The number could be larger, but I come back to the whole mobility strategy, and the whole emphasis is about trying to move to have less car parking, less dependency, and certainly coming forward with a proposal for a 300 space car park would be outside the norm. David, maybe can add to that.
Yeah, just for clarity, there's no parking standards set out in National Planning Framework 4. There is guidance contained in the National Road Development Guide, and that recommends, as Stephen was saying, 10 spaces per 100 square metres of pool area, but it is guidance. So the reference in the report on that basis is incorrect.
Thanks very much. And then in your introduction, or in Mrs. Mailer's introduction this morning, you referenced the consultation with the public that had gone ahead in preparation of this report. I did mention to you at the recess that Annex A is missing from the report, or the annex is missing from the report. The annex is normally the place that tells us what consultation has gone ahead. What have we gone out and asked the public about, other than the representations that we know that we have all had, the deputations and the emails and the discussions? What representations or consultations have we undertaken with the public about what they would like to see included in the PH2O build spec?
Okay, and I think if David Stocco is still on the line, I will bring him in. Our physical activity and sports strategy was approved by council, and that very much, and I think in some respects, Councillor Stewart, just answering, sort of responding to one of your earlier questions, that very much focused on getting people physically active, so less about promoting individual sports, which I think was a question you asked earlier on, but very much about getting people up and about and active. But there was fairly extensive engagement that was undertaken in relation to that. And David Stocco, I can see him up there on the line, I'll give you a wee bit more detail.
Thanks, Claire. So we consulted on the physical activity and sports strategy back in the summer of 2022, and we went around every locality and spoke to community groups and sports groups. As you'd expect, in quite a lot of those areas, groups were asking for investment in their buildings and assets. which we know isn't achievable everywhere. We were clear with all the groups that money was available, but it wasn't council money, and that any improvements that groups wanted to make, any new facilities, that actually they needed to try and secure that, because it was, to quote, meaningful money still around, and we would support groups in that in that work. Specifically with Dewars, there was a recognition that the building was quite a significant size, that the conference market had dropped off post-COVID, and that had impacted on revenues. I'm sure Paul and Mark would say more about that, but Claire is right in that the focus of the strategy wasn't about individual sports, and it wasn't about individual buildings. It was about getting people active, and it touched on some of the things we've talked about today in terms of active travel, encouraging people to use our green spaces, encouraging people to get out of the cars, walk the children to school, etc., etc. So the strategy doesn't have anything explicit in there about curling or sports, and we did use data that Neil has just talked about as well to help us shape some of that. So I hope that answers your question, Councillor.
Okay, thanks. So it seems like the sport and physical fitness strategy and this consultations for this paper haven't asked people what they want in terms of spec for PH2O. So we haven't gone out and spoken to the public in terms of the loss of curling, the loss of squash, the loss of indoor bowling, which has already happened, the loss of leisure swimming. One other area, and just to come back on your point, Mrs. Mailer, about encouraging people generally to be more healthy and active, but not promote specific sports, it strikes me that the breadth of sports that are that are available to people to participate in will be one of the things that encourages more people to participate. So, like I was suggesting earlier, the low impact sports like the bowling and the curling might be appropriate for more elderly or frail members of the residents of Perth and Kinross, whereas squash will appeal to a completely different demographic. So I have the concern that I expressed over the limitation there. The last question I want to ask about the impact assessment or the consultation that the council has done is on the loss of GVA. We can calculate what £1 of spend on our events budget in terms of winter light nights brings in terms of gross value add to Perth City Centre, but we acknowledge that we are losing lots of sports through the closure of Bells, through the withdrawal of some sports from the new PH2O in comparison to what is existing at the moment. So we can, what is the gross value? Sorry, what is the lack of income to the city centre or the city more generally by those people no longer coming to Perth to visit? So families not coming to visit the leisure swimming, curlers not coming to visit Dewars, gymnasts not coming to Bells. What's the loss of economic impact to Perth City from the loss of all of those sports?
Okay, thank you, Councillor Stewart, for your question, and I'm looking around at officers here and I'm not getting any nods that anybody has got the detail in terms of that particular question in terms of GVA. Is anybody? Not Paul, John? No. So can I just add a little bit more in terms of the engagement and next steps? So we've given you that overview from David Stocco there. You've obviously heard from Neil and indeed the kind of the wider sort of engagement round and about curling. We have got some analysis in terms of some of the feedback from our budget engagement consultation that was undertaken between November and January, very much linked to this integrated proposal. Some of the supporting themes that came through that kind of wider budget consultation talked about centralisation and accessibility. So respondents suggesting the consolidation of facilities to make them more accessible and central, encouraging city centre visits, the importance of revitalising the city centre, attracting more visitors, boosting the local economy, affordability, community focus, modern multi-use facilities. So we can discuss what exactly that means. Some real themes coming through, not just the budget consultation between November and January last year, but also our analysis of some of the social media posts more recently. Some real concerns from community members about costs of building, maintaining new facilities, especially given current budget constraints. Suggestions by some members of the community in terms of prioritising essential services over new projects, indicating that need for careful financial planning. Some comments more recently in terms of some of the public information that's gone out. There is no money, concerns being expressed in terms of where the money is coming from in relation to providing, funding these proposals, paying off staff, offering VS to save millions in wages. So, we've done that kind of customer insights sense check. What I would also say is we will, and please be absolutely assured, everybody here, that we will continue to engage. We've got the parking survey that we mentioned to you. That will involve extensive engagement with customers, key stakeholders and businesses. We've obviously heard about the public consultation that David described in terms of the city vision. We've got engagement proposed in terms of Bell Sports Centre, and we will develop an engagement strategy around and about Thimble. So please be assured about that in a similar way that we did to the museum.
Just to come back in quickly then, amongst all of the social media monitoring that the council's been doing, were there any comments saying that it was a really bad idea to get leisure swimming and ice from the future provision in Perth?
There were comments in terms of parking spaces, parking issues and concerns about reduced parking for shoppers and visitors. There was some on economic benefits, both positive and negative. And this particular sense check was just undertaken a couple of days ago, but of the 280 comments made, the word swimming appears 18 times, skating 5, curling 4, ice sport twice and ice hockey once. So.
Okay, Councillor Drysdale, please.
Thank you, Provost. The lesson I've learnt in future is to put Q in the chat a wee bit earlier so that Councillor Ling next to me doesn't steal several of my questions. I find myself still with 2 questions unanswered, and I'll just seek a bit of clarity from officers, please, in relation to, first of all, in relation to the proposed or the possible use of bells going forward. Can you clarify what is envisaged as the types of sports that can be played in that facility and what kind of demand for these types of sports and that type of facility are expected? And if I may, just so that I can compare, I wonder if also I could be provided with standalone, very high level summary of the financial performance of Dewars on its own over recent non-pandemic years.
If I can answer the last one first. I included the performance of Dewars, or it was included in the 22-23 figures for its operation was a subsidy of about £340,000. That was included in the transformation review of leisure assets in January, and we can provide figures beyond that. With regard to bells, what I'm presenting is a concept. a concept on the principle of it's a valuable asset within on the North Inch, repurposing it as quite clearly as an unheated a multi-use sport area. I mean, I'm thinking of proposing synthetic pitch, football, rugby, hockey, any activity, but undercover. From the element, that's the big demand that we face every year when allocating our sports pitches between LAO and my officers. So that's the proposal is something that can be used, multi-use. We're looking at the moment, the modelling was about 20,000 visits a year. That was included in the report. And again, those 20,000 visits, it's a commercial model that operates in Dundee in some vacant premises there for multi-use space in unheated. And again, that was a concept to go to consultation with, very much hoping and seeking that other views, other concepts would come from the public and other organisations, during that.
Thank you. So if I just so that I understand, so we're looking at a versatile space that could accommodate multi-sports, and that we anticipate a significantly higher level of demand for that facility. And also, if I can just, as a follow-up, just ask, what will that do to the provision of facilities for people with disabilities in and around the North Inch? Thanks.
The North Inch, the play area is the play area that's designed for disabled users. Bells historically has been both the centre with changing places accommodation within that, and it certainly would be anticipated that those facilities would continue to be housed in Bells in whatever development went forward.
Thank you. Bailey Brock, please.
Thank you, Provost. I've listened today and I've heard the financial pressures that have come from the Chief Exec and officers, and I just wondered why we haven't considered looking at refurbishment of Perth Leisure Pool. I just wondered if you can give me an insight as to why that wouldn't have been considered, or could it be considered?
The refurbishment of Perth Leisure Pool is one of the options, both for ice. So it's within that, using the base building. Option D in Appendix C, and also in ice, in the ice options. So we have used the facility as the starting place for those redevelopment options.
Given that it's so much cheaper to do, why have we not looked at that one then? Why are we not considering this? Why it's coming in a lot cheaper than any other one?
The figures aren't coming in any significantly cheaper. I think if I was to pick the option B is £65 million. The refurbished Perth Leisure Pool and demolished sewers concept for the facilities mix is £70 million.
Sorry, the microphone. Really broke. You were asking why aren't we just refurbishing the leisure pool, not the whole PH2 option, just the leisure pool, Mr. Crawford?
That in the January council, we got a direction to review the facilities mix. We've used, and that facilities mix, the leisure pool includes leisure water. That was not part of the facilities mix. So we haven't looked at the full refurbishment of Perth Leisure Pool.
Okay. Councillor Grant Stewart.
Thank you, Provost. We've heard from officers that this PH2 has been going on for a number of years, and we've heard about looking at fiscal prudence, and it kind of falls on with Councillor Welsh's questions to Lal. I was wondering how many years would Lal continue to cover losses and be able to remain solvent?
I'll ask Paul Cromwell to answer.
That's a difficult question to answer. I suppose it depends on our income levels over the next few years. It depends on what the public finance support is looking like. We're obviously always trying to develop the business as well, in terms of making sure that we're responding to community demands, but also having an oversight in terms of the numbers. We're obviously developing dues at the moment to provide health and fitness, which will obviously have a significant change in the impact in terms of the numbers at Dewars and the footfall that we'll be receiving there. That's not open yet. So again, I think it was mentioned earlier, the amount of change that we've had to deal with over the last few years. So obviously we're transferring activity from Bells up to Dewars over the course of the next few weeks. We have reserves. We have some reserves which we have had to use on occasion in terms of supporting revenue deficits. And I think it goes back to my earlier conversation, really is, in terms of how we plan the services over the next few years. If we understand what those services are going to look like over the next few years, then obviously we can plan and use the resources we have more strategically than what we are doing now, which is really in effect going from one year to another. So we get a decision, we understand what the business and the facilities and the income and the expenditure is going to look like. We can then plot to see what's our business going to look like and the venues and services we provide over the next few years, and then look at the resources we have available to make sure that there's a strategic link up between these things.
Can you indulge me as well, Mr. Cromwell's at the rostrum?
Yes.
Sorry, Mr. Cromwell. Sorry, I was trying to capture you while you were still at the rostrum. If we were so minded to go ahead with the new build of the PH2 at Glover Street, Glasgow Road, would there be job losses?
So this is on the model that might see Dewars demolished. Is that correct? Is that what we're looking at? Yes. There's obviously this. If that was the option and that meant there was no Dewars for the period of the construction, then obviously yes, we have a staff team that would potentially be at risk there, which is in the range of 30 staff.
Great, thank you. Councillor Chan, please.
Thank you, Provost. Given the potential changes to Thimble Row, and obviously being the former head of finance there, I know that they use the rear entrance through Thimble Row for deliveries and collections of linen from fishers. I was wondering what support will be provided to them and existing local businesses that might be affected by the construction and development of that site. Thank you.
If I could, I'll answer that. Construction disruption is always a moot point to say, as we had that in the city centre. What we will do is actually engage with all the local businesses well into one part of the planning process. We generally employ for major builds main contractors with considerate contractors qualifications, and we'll monitor pre-contract and during the contract to minimise disruption and for things like deliveries, access routes, certainly things like the access route in the back of the Mercure Hotel, that would have to be retained and maintained both during the construction and after it was completed.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Waters.
Thanks, Provost. Just sorry, back to parking a wee bit more from the strategic element within the mobility strategy. Strategic action within it 35 says that as a council we will be looking at developing a strategic parking policy going forward, which will be evidence-based. and I assume the evidence base relates very much to what Neil mentioned earlier on, Neil Moran, and that there will be a full survey coming up of I assume similar to the Cisco one that happened, Sistra one, sorry, that happened in 2017. Just to ask in relation to this development and what the parking is available in the Thimble Row proposal, how much will that strategy then feed into the development of the proposal at Thimble Row and actually determine if the parking is right for Thimble Row and the whole of the city centre development, as we heard this morning? And that's over on top of what the leader of the council, chatted about earlier on regarding the continual monitoring.
The two questions are clearly linked, but yes, the mobility strategy action is to undertake that parking survey again, also look at the policy around parking, and ultimately also to look around the pricing and the charging around parking as well. That work would, if council agrees today to accept the officer's recommendation, that would be factored in to that survey work. So it would be done on the basis of assuming there was reduced parking at Thimble Row down to the level that would be accommodated to support the leisure offer, which is round about the 70 spaces, I think, plus the 52, which are those spaces behind the old High Street, which the current development brief requires to be retained to allow actually overnight parking for the Mercure Hotel, but also more importantly in some respects shopping and supporting the businesses in the old High Street. So that would be taken into account as the base point, if you like, for that survey work.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Duff.
Sorry, thanks. I wonder what efforts we've made as a council to try and secure any sponsorship or financial support from elsewhere in relation to PH2. Thank you.
In terms of external funding, there's very little of it around. We've obviously had discussions with Sport Scotland. I alluded to previously discussions with on curling and potentially, income from or Scottish curling or curling for those options. But beyond that, we haven't pursued commercial sponsorship for PH2.
Thank you, Councillor Tom McEwen.
Thank you, Provost. I've allowed everybody else to answer my other questions, but I'm left with one standing. I'm sure, Scott, when you spoke earlier, you talked about the capital budget and going forward, that should we spend outside the Thimble Row option, although that's obviously just an estimated cost, that building on the school estate may be put into jeopardy, including things like Perth Academy or Blairgowrie High School replacements. I was wondering if that's what your comment referred to.
No, I didn't say that. I said there's going to be pressures on the school estate going forward that we don't have budgetary provision for. So you'll be making more difficult choices in the future.
Okay, thank you. Deputy Leader, perhaps the final question here.
Here's hoping. Just a follow up to what my colleague has just asked on the capital position. Can I just seek clarification that in the event that council were to decide on an increased spend outside the envelope already approved, could that potentially result in jeopardising existing capital projects that have been approved by council, but which have not yet commenced? So what's crucial to the capital budget is that the council maintains the 1% council tax each and every year forever, and that makes the capital budget. But the modelling we've done, we still have a gap in about 25-30 years. However, if you apply
the funding towards some of these projects, it's not available to go towards other services, because it is general fund income that could be applied towards poverty, etc.
Councillor Chan, and I think this will be the final question.
Thank you, Provost. Back a couple of years ago, Perth and Leisure Pool was flooded, and the plant was flooded in that bottom left-hand corner. Do you think it's suitable or could be made suitable for the planned homes to be on that site?
The flood in 2020 was a, I think a 1 in 2,000 year event. I think was what the Scottish Water identified that as. The flood was one of the problems of the flood was a lot of the groundwater drainage hadn't been maintained and was broken. And the surge of water was not able to be accommodated. So I think yes, technically flooding is something that we would deal with during any detailed design on the Glover Street site.
Okay, right. Thank you very much to all the officers for their answers to questions and to members for their questions. We are going to take a comfort break at this point, 15 minutes till 4 o'clock. We are trying to get some hot water and stuff through the ante-room, but in the meantime, you may wish to go up and utilise your own facilities. 4 o'clock. Thank you. Right, good afternoon, everyone. Welcome back. I'm now going to invite the Leader of the Council to move a motion in relation to recommendations 3, 4, 5 and 6 of the report.
Let me do that this morning. Yeah. So thanks, Provost, and thanks for the deputations. Thanks for the officers' answers, and thanks for all the questions. I think we did the subject, which is vitally important here, proud. I'm not going to rehash everything that was said. Everybody's heard about the challenges, etc. So just like to say, in these challenging financial times, it's crucial that we make decisions that are both prudent and leave a lasting legacy. However, we have to strike a fair balance. I, like every one of us, would love to be able to promise the all singing, all dancing modern leisure centre and ice facility. But we need to face the reality of the hour. We have almost 6,000 children living in poverty, and tackling that has to be our #1 priority. We also have an ambitious capital programme, and while we have taken steps to ensure the long-term affordability of that programme by committing 1% of future council tax increases, that is there to support existing commitments, not to increase our spending without thinking there would not be any further financial consequences. You will see that I have put up an intended amendment to the motion, so it will be an amended motion. But I do think that we have a fantastic opportunity here, and I want to pay tribute to officers for the choices they are giving us. I understand why they're making the recommendations that they have. Those recommendations are following the direction of Council to follow the financial principles, to focus PH2O on the facilities elected members decided in January, and to prioritise affordable housing for any sites we no longer need, as we decided in May. But they've not limited their thinking to those existing decisions. They've given us multiple options and laid out the pros and cons for each, and in doing so have opened up new avenues which allow us as councillors to make new choices. That's why my amendment to the motion, which agrees the recommendations as officers have set out, with the exception of retaining an ice facility for Perth. Officers are right in what they've said. There is no commercial case for public subsidy for ice, when we have so many urgent needs, spending millions of pounds of public money on a sport which is not our core part of our core curriculum. But I believe that the Perth curling and Scottish curling are sincere in their passion and belief in the facility for ice sport. And that's why I want to implement option K suggested by officers and give curling bodies and other interested bodies the chance to explore the potential for themselves, with a means taking forward a lease for viewers that will be arrived at by negotiation over the years that we will continue to fund Live Active Leisure and giving time to come up with a sustainable proposal. At the moment, to me, it's important it's a lease and not a community asset transfer, because the council decided in May that the first preference use for any site we no longer need is for housing, and as there is a viable option for housing on the table. By leasing viewers, we can allow the potential curling bodies to explore their belief whilst retaining the site for residents if that does not become viable. Dealing with the question of ice, which so dominated the discussion in January, has paved the way to look again at the issue of leisure water. Officers have confirmed that there is the potential for leisure water on the site at Thimble Row. And so in my motion is also to instruct officers to explore that as part of the next stage of design work and to bring costed options back to the council so that these can be considered as part of the budget. Doing it this way will mean that there's no hold up to the design phase and we can move onwards with a decision today. We have to make this decision today for all the reasons we've heard and the increased costs of not moving forward today. This proposal offers options for ice sports and leisure swimmers, brings facilities and footfall into the city centre, offers us much needed affordable and social housing, and gives a new future for Bell Sports Centre. I think all in all, it's a great and affordable package, and I'm proud to move it.
Thank you. Councillor McPherson to second, please.
Thank you, Provost. I am pleased to second this motion as amended by the Leader of the Council, which not only acknowledges the changing nature of our city centre, but works towards a bright new future for it. 10 years ago, our predecessors in this chamber supported the vision for Perth Museum as a significant investment in moving our city centre beyond the historic reliance on retail. And today, we have the chance to build on that success. These proposals are all about economic revitalisation. By embracing leisure on Thimble Row, reimagining Bell Sports Centre and developing new housing on the Perth Leisure Pole site, we are creating a vibrant city centre that will attract residents and visitors alike. This increased footfall will benefit local businesses, fostering a thriving economy. These initiatives show our belief in Perth's potential. We are creating opportunities to transform our city, ensuring it remains a place where businesses and communities can thrive together. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor McPherson. Bailey, you have an amendment.
Thank you, Provost. Good afternoon, colleagues. The reason I'm bringing this amendment is I believe we owe it to the people and sports people of Perth and Kinross to deliver a replacement leisure facility that makes all of us proud and is befitting of our city status and ambitions. This amendment brings not only dedicated leisure pool, but also it brings more than before. It brings a reinstatement of squash. It makes the ice pad multi-purpose so that ice skating and ice hockey can be played on it, and also diving. On the leisure pool, it worries me that the shared leisure and lane swimming just won't keep anyone happy. The two usage types are just bad bedfellows. The training users and the swim clubs will want the temperature at 28. The kids and the leisure users want it at 31. You can't have those two temperatures existing within one pool. There'll be all the splashes and other things that happen from the kids having fun. And one of those kind of wee ropes with the floats on it won't keep the lane swimmers from being distracted by the splashing.
when I learned to swim, I found it hard to pay attention, and I'd find it even harder to pay attention if I had kids playing in flumes and playing with floats right next to me. There will be a distraction effect for the people who are trying to teach the school kids to swim, while there is leisure activity happening right next to them. This amendment shows the public that we're doing our jobs by thinking about the future and getting on with doing the right thing for the long term. I'll be taking no lectures about delay in this part of the chamber. I'm the only person here who has always voted to proceed with the full scope of PH2O, so today's intervention should come as no surprise at all. I'll take a moment to address Councillor Welsh's question from earlier. It's been 12 years of delay. That breaks down as 5 years under the Conservatives, while the SNP have been in administration for 7 years of those, and their current leadership for 2. And I'll remind everyone that the delay was the officer recommendation on at least one occasion, 2023, and I think the delay in 2018 was an acceptance of an officer recommendation as well. Backing this amendment means we proceed to detailed design with leisure pool included and sensible options for curling to discuss with the curlers. Will the future kids of Perth forgive us if we scrimp on the pool today? No, they won't. Will the curlers forgive us if we sell them short? No, they won't. Provost, I do hope this amendment passes and we can proceed today so that you'll be well retired before we visit this topic again. Thank you.
Thank you, Bailey. Councillor Duff.
Thank you, Provost. As we have heard, much has been said over many years about PH2O, a replacement sport and leisure complex, and it has gone through a few ups and downs over that time period. Today, we are considering developments since we last addressed this issue in January, and my feeling in what is being proposed for PH2O is that it lacks the vision and ambition which we as a council must have for the City of Perth and for Perth and Kinross. When constructed, the Dewars Centre and Perth Leisure Pool facilities made the sports complex at Glasgow Road a visitor attraction of significant proportions, and many people come to Perth to use these facilities. If we hope to maintain and increase the footfall and visitor experience, we need to look beyond the base case of a swimming pool, a gym and a sports hall. We are not building Perth Recreation Centre. If users are just looking for a recreation centre, they can go to Aberfeldy, Blairgowrie, Crieff or Kinross to access these types of facilities. We need to consider how we maximise PH2O as an attraction which will encourage people to come from far and wide to use it, an attraction which will be a significant boost to our local economy. When the Olympia Sports Centre in Dundee closed last year, did its patrons just go to Lochie swimming pool instead? No, they came to Perth Leisure Pool, significantly boosting our attendance figures. If we fail to include a decent separate leisure pool area with a minimum specification listed, people will just go to the Olympia instead, and once again, Perth will have lost out to Dundee, and none of us surely want to see that. You will recall that back in January, the Scottish Conservative group advocated for the inclusion of ice and leisure water as part of the mix for the facilities in a revised PH2O sports complex. We are still of that opinion and support the amendment's desire to reinstate an ice rink provision and a separate leisure pool area within the new build. In proposing the addition of a separate leisure pool, we can compromise on the size of the swimming pool, making it a 6-lane instead of 8-lane pool. This is still an improvement on the current 5-lane pool at Perth Leisure Pool. But by making slight alterations, we could include the additional sport of diving, and members can see the suggested inclusion of diving boards and platforms, which would add this exciting facility. Those of us who watched the recent Paris Olympics will be aware of how well Team GB members did in diving competitions, and this is an opportunity for Perth to introduce this sport to its residents. PH2O is intended to be a single building replacement for Dewars, Perth Leisure Pool and Bell Sports Centre. One of the key facilities missing from the base case is squash, and the amendment seeks to include 4 squash courts to replace those lost with the closure of Bells. We recognise that the inclusion of ice facilities at PH2O is a significant decision. However, the removal of an ice rink is, I believe, a step too far for Perth as the home of curling. Last year, we awarded the Freedom of the City to the gold medal winning team GB Women's Curling Rink, which included homegrown talent Eve Muirhead and Millie Smith, both products of the Dewars ice rink facility. On the basis that we all want curling and ice to continue in Perth, I believe that the inclusion of an ice rink in the new build PH2O is the best option, one which can be used for curling, skating and, if possible, ice hockey in a facility which is flexible enough to become an area which can be used for other sports when it's not an ice rink, whether it is for the fast-growing sports of paddleball or pickleball, indoor tennis or basketball, anything which can be a source of increased income so that we sweat as much use out of this asset as possible. The likelihood of a community asset transfer being a viable option is extremely low, and I feel that this offer would be a false hope and unlikely to be of any assistance to curling. The inclusion of ice with water with a new build PH2O will allow for greater energy efficiency through the use of heat exchange, which takes the heat out of the ice rink and uses it to heat the swimming pool area and the other areas of the building. Without that synergy, an opportunity will be lost. The amendment before members this afternoon provides an integrated sports facility which meets the needs of the City of Perth, the wider Perth and Kinross area and its visitors. It increases the number of sports which would be available in the base case for PH2O by including leisure swimming, diving, curling, skating, possibly ice hockey, squash and flexible areas which could include emerging sports like paddleball or pickleball. We recognise that building to passive house standards is more costly, but we are reaping the benefits of past investment in passive house design at Riverside Primary, Blairgowrie Rec and Perth High School, and should consider this for PH2O. Finally, we believe that the Glasgow Road Glover Street site is the best place for PH2O, which in the long term will eventually benefit from the plans for the adjacent integrated rail bus link, including the connecting footbridge, which we saw in the papers this morning. Our proposals do not include the potential for future uses of Thimble Row car park. However, this is part of the Perth City Centre Development and Design Framework consultation, which we approved this morning, and any decisions around its use for parking, housing or other leisure or retail can be incorporated into that consultation process. The administration's motion, I think, once more kicks the curling can down the road and continues the uncertain future of ice sports in the fair city. I also have to comment that the promise on additional leisure water in the amended motion looks weak. Provost, I am delighted to second this amendment and I commend it to members. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Duff. We have a second amendment by Councillor Peter Barrett.
Provost, after the proposing and seconding speech of the previous amendment, I want to inject some much needed realism into this discussion. Realism which has been sadly lacking from the pages of the Courier and the comments that they have reported from yourself and Councillor Bailey. The Courier editorial has unfairly and unjustly scapegoated council officers for carrying out the instructions of members of this chamber to the letter. And I hope, Provost, that at some point today you'll see it as part of your civic duty to defend those officers of the council wrongly maligned. If there is a group in this chamber who could justify the price tag of the PH2O facility, which included ice and leisure water, then it would be the Liberal Democrats, because we have been a lone voice in seeking to protect services and provide the revenue funding to achieve a sustainable capital programme with a consistent and realistic approach to council tax revenue. But sadly, those opportunities have been squandered.
Instead, others have engaged in the smoke and mirrors pretense that everyone can have everything they want without having to worry about how to pay for it. Well, that fallacy now seems to be being exposed at every level of government, though the penny doesn't seem to have dropped with other opposition parties in this chamber, or maybe just those old habits of not facing financial responsibilities die hard. Provost, I can tell Alistair Bailey that I have no need of him to keep me honest in my approach to any decision this council is faced with, and I never have. And despite sitting next to me in this chamber, he has no place and no qualification as an angel upon my shoulder. We are faced with difficult decisions here today. Dither and delay by going back to square one of the drawing board is not an option. My amendment, which doesn't differ hugely from the SNP motion, has several key aspects in its favour. Firstly, it is decisive. It brings an end to the endless wrangling about design and scope. It allows the council to move on to actual delivery of new facilities after 20 years of talk. Secondly, it is more affordable and more sustainable than the first amendment at a time when council finances, as we have heard explicitly, are under huge financial stresses. It does, however, provide one last effort to meet, in some measure, the aspirations in the community for enhanced leisure water provision within the proposed footprint of the building without sacrificing passive energy standards. Thirdly, it offers Scottish, Perth and World Curling the opportunity to take a long-term lease in the running of Dewars, to make a go of it in the best use of the facility. But crucially, it seeks to set parameters, milestones and a timescale to support progress. Fourthly, it will make best use of a brownfield city centre gap site in close proximity to the newly acquired 550 space council operated and much more user-friendly multi-storey car park, adding to city centre footfall and close to city centre cafes, restaurants and the museum and other city centre attractions, which will increase dwell times and visitor spend, adding to our positive contribution that the public service hub located within Polar House will also bring to the city centre, and in addition to its impact by generating savings and efficiencies plus synergies of co-location with partners that we discussed earlier. And Council, I commend that amendment to you.
Councillor Liz Barrett, second.
Thank you, Provost. Our amendment reflects our desire to support the curling community in Perth and beyond by specifying that only the existing Perth Leisure Pool site should be developed for 150 of the social or affordable housing proposed, much as that housing is desperately needed in my ward of Perth City South, where the site lies. This will enable the alternative option for ice in the iconic Dewars building to be explored with Perth and Scottish and/or world curling. We welcome that Mr. Hay confirmed this morning that the curling organisations would be open to discussions to secure curling in Perth, and we hope that council officers can help them develop realistic plans and secure external funding that isn't available to the council. This amendment aims to facilitate those discussions. We also want to explore what additional leisure swimming facilities can be incorporated sustainably in the footprint of the new Passive House PH20 at Thimble Row. Swimmers are less vocal and organised than curlers, but we do know that leisure swimming enjoys thousands of visits at the current leisure pool. That's why we're calling for additional leisure swimming facilities within the planned footprint, which will maintain our passive house approach to the building at Thimble Row so that we can deliver the anticipated 70% reduction in energy use compared to the existing building. We do need these additional facilities to be sustainable in terms of capital and revenue, and to recognise we can't afford the investment and maintenance of the wish list in the previous amendment. Councillors, we took the decision earlier this year to redefine the scope of the leisure facilities as something we can afford and deliver. I'm sure everyone in this chamber, councillors and officers, would, like me, love to be able to offer facilities for every sport, but we must recognise that we just don't have the money to keep supporting things that we have supported in the past.
Mr. Glenn and Mrs. Mailer have reminded us of the very serious financial challenges we face in delivering our vision and the priorities that we've agreed as a council. Like Councillor Ling and many in this chamber, I can never forget that we have over 6,000 children living in poverty in Perth and Kinross. We in this council need to make responsible and consistent decisions. We need to stop constantly revisiting previous decisions and reaching for more shiny baubles that we just can't afford. We need to get on with delivering our exciting new PH2O affordably and sustainably. And we need to remember that PH2O isn't the only capital investment project that we as a we also need to remember that PH2O isn't the only capital investment project that we as a council would like to be able to deliver in our capital investment programme. Please support this amendment. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, everyone. Are there any comments? Councillor Donaldson. Oh. Hold on, Councillor Donaldson. Councillor Lane.
I've looked at the amendment from Councillor Barrett, and I'm happy to accept that into my motion.
Okay, Councillor McPherson, you also have to accept. Okay, thank you. Right, okay, so that is now incorporated into the amended motion. Councillor Donaldson, back to you.
Thank you, Provost. And I too support the motion put forward by Councillor Lane and incorporating the amendment from Councillor Barrett. Can I just say on this, the amendment from Bailey and from Councillor Duff, I was thinking ahead for a fortnight from now, because we'll then have our next meeting of Finance and Resources. An important aspect of that meeting is the capital monitoring report, and one important aspect of that is the significant capital projects progress update, Appendix 4. And we've had quite an ambitious, and do have quite an ambitious capital programme. I was elected in 2017. I think certainly over the last 2 years under this administration, we've made good progress on the Blair Gowrie Rec project, on our school estates, on the Comrie scheme, flood scheme. We now actually have a contract and ready to go. On Cross Tail Link Road, we had the very lengthy finance meeting in 2 years ago, but we're now making good progress on that. And on Perth Museum, I think we all know the great success that has been. But then at the bottom of the schedule is PH2O. And if we look at that, it's a putative figure of 90 million. It states status, outline business case, reported to Council 23rd of February 2023, and project on hold pending review. Now, that we had to do, that was 16 months ago, but what's even more remarkable on PH2O, if you look at the background comment in the paper, the first review by Lal goes back to 2005. That's 19 years ago. You could perhaps more take it back to 2012, but it's still been a process of swither, dither, delay over the last 12 years. And I fear with the amendment from Bailey and from Councillor Duff, we're going to get more delay. Perhaps they know something we don't know with the Scottish Office or the UK Treasury. Perhaps we can afford it. Perhaps we can allow it. Then again, perhaps not. And I do want to ask, with this amendment, to what extent, on the basis of current costs, they have consulted with officers, to what is their estimated cost, and what is their timeline? Because I think there's a real danger with this amendment. If it goes through, we're going to be kicking the can down the road yet again for another year, 2 years, and with even more detailed analysis and consideration. I know that what we've put forward and largely backing what officers have put forward, it's not perfect. We'd like to have done more, to have been more ambitious, but at least with this we can get stuff done, and I think that is what matters. I think also it's been not enough comment perhaps on what we're suggesting with bells, and I think that's quite an attractive proposition on football courts, football playing areas, but that's got to go to community consultation. And I also do think the offer that is being made to the curling community, and we know the importance, the historic importance of curling in Perth and Kinross, I think is a good one. And I think also what Councillor Welsh had put forward with regard to St Andrews and the St Andrews Links Trust, and I got a little bit of knowledge there, having worked there for 10 years, I think is quite a good model to look at and to investigate and to go forward on. But to conclude, I want to support this motion and with Councillor Barrett's amendment, and we can actually move forward. We can get some clarity, we can get some certainty, and we don't have another months and months and months of procrastination. That's the last thing we want. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Johnson. Councillor Frampton.
Thank you. The Thimble Row plan for the site of the new PH2O, I believe, is the best option going forward. This ensures that work can begin on the construction of the state-of-the-art leisure complex. After much consideration on this, I believe that within PKC's financial constraints, it's the most affordable. Also, with the council leader's amendment, makes room for the provision of leisure water to be added. By building on Thimble Row, this also allows Bell Sports Centre to be brought back into public use immediately. Building on Thimble Row will put this facility in the centre of Perth City, which will add significant footfall into the city that local businesses will benefit from also. The new facility will be built with accessibility for the disabled and mobility structures considered as well. With the ongoing cost of living crisis still affecting many of Perth and Kinross citizens, we have around 600 children living in poverty, many more children in our nurseries and schools with additional support needs, and we are facing a winter of discontent for many pensioners who will be living in full fuel poverty due to the cuts in winter fuel payments. This remains our focus within PKC to meet these needs. I could not consciously agree with building on the present leisure pool and Dewars site that effectively would mean closure of both Dewars and the pool to enable construction. It would result in the loss of many jobs, as both Dewars and the pool would have to close. The cost of building a new PH2O on that site, encompassing ice, sports courts and pools, would be a considerable amount more, which is not financially viable within our current financial constraints. I have also read in the press the views on an option to have Dewars given as a community asset transfer, on which it speaks of creating a nice sport arena. The vision is good. However, there is no reason to believe that this vision couldn't work under the offer of a peppercorn rent from PKC. This would enable the curling community over the period of construction of the PH2O on Thimble Row to source funding from places such as Scottish Curling Trust, charities, etc. And it could be supported by PKC officers to create such a facility for ice sports, skating, etc. to continue. My final thoughts on this are PKC cannot afford the financial burden for the extended project at Glover Street, which is proposed, whilst our core value and aims are on funding poverty, education, ASN and housing needs. I will be voting for the amended motion put forward by Councillor Lane, incorporating the amendment from Councillor Barrett. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Frampton. Councillor McCall next, please.
Thank you, Provost. Councillors, when I was growing up, I spent a lot of my spare time between the leisure facilities in Dunkeld Road, namely the ice rink, the swimming pool and Muirton Park, all of which were around the corner from my home.
And even when we moved to the other side of Perth, I was more than willing to, usually, walk to both the ice rink and the swimming pool to make use of their facilities. I'd kind of moved on from Muirton Park by that stage. So I hope councillors will be reassured that I am a long-standing user of both ice and water sports in Perth and Kinross. And given that background, when I was first elected in 2017 as the ward councillor for Perth City South, where Dewars Centre and Perth Leisure Pool are currently located, I took a very keen and often very parochial interest in the future of the proposed PH2O project. It should have come as no surprise to anyone who knew me that I was extremely disappointed that the administration at that time did not see fit to progress the PH2O project with any ambition or pace. And I highlighted my deep concerns that any further delay at that time would compromise the delivery of this project, both in its scope and cost. I usually take some pleasure in being proved correct, but in this case, I fervently wish my pessimism was proven to be unfounded, but regrettably that is not the case. So perhaps I shouldn't be overly surprised that some of my councillor colleagues in the chamber today want to continue their dithering and delaying tactics to avoid actually making a decision on PH2O. Provost, we are in an extremely challenging financial situation that shows no sign of easing anytime soon. Notwithstanding the consequences of the pandemic and the war in Ukraine, there's also the impact of sustained austerity from a succession of UK Prime Ministers and Chancellors of the Exchequer, and the inevitable knock-on impact to devolve administrations throughout the UK. That, together with the inability of the previous administration of this council to make any meaningful decision on PH2O, all of which are political choices, has led us to the situation we are facing here today. In Perth and Kinross, we have constituents who are daily making choices about heating or eating. We have increasing demand for housing. We have increasing additional support needs from our young people. We have children and families in poverty, and pensioner poverty looms large on the horizon too, following the decision of the current UK government to means test winter heating support, all of which are contributory factors to increasing health and social inequalities and decreasing life expectancy. To get back to the subject at hand, the current water and ice facilities are expensive to run and not sustainable in their current condition. In fact, that has been the case since I first entered this chamber over 7 years ago. The conditions and running costs of the current facilities are just not going to improve. The funds we have available are not going to increase. Going back on decisions again we've already made or delaying a decision today will not change either of these facts. Nor will delay will not solve a single thing for anyone. So a decision must be made, or we will be in danger of being left without any water ice sports facilities at all. Colleagues, we are no different from other councils across the UK in that funding available to local authorities is limited, with need outstripping available resources. Unfortunately, that means we have to be realistic and we have to make tough choices. Critically, we must be cognizant of the wider public need and to deliver the corporate priorities we have already committed to. If you look up on the large screens in this chamber, we have a clear statement of intent prominently displayed. A Perth and Kinross where everyone can live life well, free from poverty and inequalities. That statement must be our overriding consideration here today. To the curling and wider ice community, community charities or trusts can access funding streams and develop partnerships that are not available to local authorities. I am optimistic that there's a huge opportunity to create a vibrant and sustainable community space with ice sports at its heart that will not only benefit the curling community and other ice sports, but also the residents of my ward in Perth City South and the wider population of Perth and Kinross. It may not be easy to do, but it is doable with determination and hard work, and you will have my full support to do so. Provost, I wholeheartedly support the motion together with the combined amendments put forward by Councillors Grant Lane and Peter Barrett, and I would urge all of us to do the same. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor McCall. Councillor Rebeck, please.
Thank you, Provost. A discussion around why we have the continuing need for austerity and financial hardship is not appropriate today. But we have to acknowledge that it has existed for a period of years and it will continue to exist for a period of years. There's not a political representative in this chamber whose high heeding doesn't acknowledge that. It's here to stay. I don't lose much sleep these days because I'm too old and thick-skinned, frankly. And I dare say I wouldn't lose much sleep tonight if the Bailey-Bailey's amendment went through, because who wouldn't want what's in the proposals? You know, who wouldn't want them? However, I do know that I will have sleepless nights and there will be pain in the not too distant future if the amendment passes, because it will mean we'll overspend. I already occasionally, I confess at this point, having sleepless nights as I wonder how to take advantage of the opportunities that we have with our greater understanding of additional support need and adverse childhood experience. Yeah, sorry, Provost. I do lose sleepless nights currently, occasionally, because I wonder how we take advantage of the opportunities that we have as our greater understanding of additional support need and adverse childhood experience becomes clear, because there are opportunities, there are challenges, but I do believe that there are also opportunities. I do lose sleep over how we're going to retain a fantastic cohort of early childhood practitioners and pupil support assistants who do wonderful things day in, day out to change the lives of our young learners, whilst also understanding they can earn more money stacking shelves at Tesco's, other supermarkets are available. I also lose sleep over the £5 million of cuts that we've got in education and children's services already in our budget. We have lots of ideas about how to shape the lives of our young learners in our educational system, but it feels at the moment the challenge is not going backwards rather than going forwards, and that's what I lose sleep over. I do believe in terms of these proposals that leisure water is important to the families actually of Perth and Kinross, but Councillor Lang has addressed those. I think it's important that we look at that and we incorporate some kind of leisure water going forward that we can afford. And I do believe that there is a gravitas that comes to Perth with the provision of curling. It will be difficult, it will require ambition, it will require collaboration between Perth and Kinross Council and the curling fraternity and the broader ice fraternity to make Dewars work. But I believe if there's good will on both sides, that can be done, and I think it's important that that's to be done. Finally, if with your indulgence, I've been a councillor for 7.5 years, and I consistently hear from Paul, a man who I have great respect for actually, that he needs clarity to move forward. And we need to make a decision today, or to believe that all of these facilities will be in doubt. So I will be voting for Councillor Lang / Councillor Ballott's amendments, and I look forward to us moving forward with these facilities. Thank you, Provost.
Thank you, Councillor Revick. Councillor Collins-Stewart, next, please.
Thanks, Provost. And I just wanted to start by thanking officers for, I mean, clearly there has been a huge amount of work gone into this, but specifically to maybe Scott and Claire, but especially Stephen for the amount of time that they've spent with us as a group and with the wider set of elected members, going through the proposals and explaining their thinking around them. But I'm afraid I'm left with I'm left in a situation where I do not want to dither and delay, but I think I'm being asked to make a decision in a vacuum of knowledge in a lot of key areas. I know the wording of the original motion back in January of this year. The first paragraph said that the whole council considers that the information on past and current usage as well as future trends does not provide sufficient evidence to support the removal of ice from the mix of activities available at PH2O. From what I've heard today, I can't say that I find myself in any different position from the position that the council found itself in back in January. I think we're doing things out of order in terms of taking a decision today with no parking survey having been done. The limited survey that was done over the summer was one that elected members had requested. We've also heard that we don't know who uses Thimble Row as a car park. We've heard new information about who actually does use it in terms of the hotel visitors to the hotel over the road. We have taken no, it was acknowledged that there was no cognizance of the further traffic that would come into the city centre from Bertha Park, Perth West, as a consequence of opening the Crosstay Link Road, because it's not all about alleviating traffic, it's about alleviating it in particular directions and seeking to improve the flow, but there will be consequential impacts in terms of an increase in traffic in the city centre. We don't have a mobility strategy. I think Councillor Waters was talking about the key points in the mobility strategy, but my understanding is that it's a draft which has gone out for consultation and which is due to come back for approval by the council, so it's not currently a strategy. We don't have any consultation with the public on what individual sports they would like to see. We do have the sport and well-being strategy that was mentioned earlier, but that's more general, and it was acknowledged that it's about encouraging people to have more healthy lifestyles. And we have only just this morning approved officers going ahead with a consultation on a future vision for the city of Perth. Surely it's putting the cart before the horse to decide on, to be asked today to decide on a design or a design principle for PH2O without asking the public what their future vision is. I have to say that I agree with a lot of what Councillor Duff said, in particular about the difference between building PH2O and building Perth Recreation Centre, about the attractiveness of the facilities that we have at Dewars and Perth Leisure Pool at the moment in attracting wider audiences across into Perth as a venue and as a location, and about the attractiveness. And I would have thought that this would have appealed to people who are interested in sustainability and the requirement to reach net zero, but the attractiveness of actually situating PH2O on Glover Street with respect to the adjacency to the future integrated bus and rail stations that we heard about earlier. We've heard that we have been talking about costs a lot. People have talked about our need to spend on additional support needs. I would point out that the independent group are the only ones who rejected in full that £4 million saving on additional support needs. But I'd also point out that where we're making a £13 million investment in an additional ice component of PH2O, that comes with no extra running costs or negligible extra running costs. That's the evidence that we have heard here today. What we don't have, though, is any health impact assessment. We don't have an assessment on whether what this is going to do to the health of our ageing population. We don't have an equalities impact assessment. We don't have an economic assessment, impact assessment in terms of loss of people coming from the wider region and from across Scotland, indeed, or the UK or the world, to Perth and Kinross as a consequence of not providing in full these facilities. Councillor McCall, I think, was looking to the top left-hand corner of the backdrop screen about a Perth and Kinross where everyone can live life well, free from poverty and inequalities. On the top right, though, we have our core values of ambition, compassion and integrity. And I think that this, the proposal from Bailey and Councillor Duff demonstrates proper ambition for the city centre. We've heard about the budgetary.
Wind up, please.
I will do. Sure. 30 seconds. We've heard about the budgetary impacts and the capital budget. But we've provided for £100 million on Crosstay Link Road, £10 million on this building, £2 million to facilitate the sale of 1 to 5 High Street opposite, £2 million for St Paul's, £5 million nearly on the City Lighting Action Plan, without asking if people wanted this. We know that the public of Perth and Kinross want a comprehensive PH2O facility, so let's deliver something that they do want. It's their money after all.
Okay, thank you. Councillor James, next, please.
Thanks, Provost. That's the beauty of going after somebody else who's pretty much ticked everything off my list. I agree with everything that Councillor Stewart has just actually said. Ambition, compassion, integrity, we owe it to the people of Perth and Kinross. We're very, very good at taking people's money and giving them something that they don't ask for. Here they have asked for something, and it's up to us to actually do that. I do have to refute the claims that everybody thinks we're going to be spending erroneously and well over budget. There's nothing in that amendment that says that we seek to go over the 90 million budget that's already been set. We want to retain within that cost within that budget. We're basing an awful lot on, like Councillor Stewart's just said, basing an awful lot on assumptions that the car parks are underused. If you give the people something to come for, they'll actually use the car parks. We've got car parks just in the wrong place. And active travel. I really, really hope we're consulting with the bus companies, because we're actively promoting active travel, using the buses, and the bus companies are actually reducing bus services, certainly in my ward, Strathtay. And I would question the people of Amalree, for instance, being able to even get into Perth to use the facility for any length of time. So I'll certainly be supporting the amendment put in by Bailey Bailey and seconded by Councillor John Duff. Thanks, Provost.
Thank you, Councillor James. Councillor Willie Robertson.
Thanks, Provost. I don't know, this has been a long day today, but I found it very, very difficult. We've had quite a lot of discussions in the Lib Dem group about this whole proposal. My heart says that we should go with the amendment and provide a all-singing, all-dancing facility that incorporates ice, incorporates all sorts of sports and squash. That sounds absolutely wonderful. And who could turn their back on that? But then my head says, after listening to the Chief Executive and hearing that the grim financial position this council's in, I'm not even convinced that the motion is affordable. In fact, it's not affordable. It's going to place big burdens on this council for years to come. We have been just too keen to take on major capital projects in the past, and this is coming home to bite us. And it's going to lead. It's going to lead to huge cuts in the services that we're trying to provide to the people that we represent. And it's going to be even worse if I went with the amendment. So I'll go with the motion, but I would like an assurance from the leader of the council that going forward, every support will be given to the curlers to actually to take this forward. They'll not just be left with a white elephant if there's work needing done to the Dewar Centre. They will be supported. They will be helped to get the building up to a normal standard. I know that this council helped the Curling Trust in Kinross to get the building that they leased up to a really good standard now, and I'd like to see that same commitment from this council. It's not a case of handing Dewars over to the curlers and expecting them to try and deal with any problems that come. So, Councillor Lane, this is directed straight at you. can you give me an assurance that support will be given to make sure that the colours are able to maintain the building and in the long term going forward? Thank you.
Willie's disappeared. As a maid curler myself, I would like to see as much support as possible. We've already spoken about that we've got up to 5 years here where we will be supporting us as a council, and we'll be working. Officers can help with funding streams, etc., to help lever in extra money. And with the contacts that I'm sure many of the curlers have with businesses, etc., who would want to support, I think we should all be working together. The ambition is that we still have a very decent ice curling offer in Perth, and I'm sure that the curlers who have said that they would like to work with us would welcome the chance to do that.
I thank you for that reply. I don't know if I'm a maid curler as well, and
sorry, this is not a.
No, but can I just say that Dewars is a fantastic facility to curl in. It's a wonderful arena, and it's hosted many major tournaments. So I'd like to make sure that we continue to support it. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'll challenge you to a game, Willie.
Wonderful.
You'd have to play lead, though, I think.
I think a lot of by-elections are going to happen at the end of this. Councillor McEwen, please.
Thank you, Provost. Sorry. I think this is quite a sobering day. I find myself, listening to our officers and all the detail they've given us over the last few days, and the stuff that Scott said today about our current finances. I think the speech made by Councillor Nicole was absolutely excellent and made all the salient points about this. I think the Councillor Liz Barrett and Peter Barrett nailed it on the head. We can't be blind to the situation we're in. If we have compassion as a council, it's because we look after vulnerable people in our society, and we don't spend all our money on something else and then we can't help them. If we have integrity, then we're not going to spend money we don't have and end up bankrupt or end up cutting back on services to our communities that they rely on. If you think shutting recycling centres for a couple of days caused upheaval, shutting it all together and only having Friarton to go to do your recycling will certainly have your constituents on your back. Ambition, everybody has ambition. Everybody wants the fairy tale sweetie shop list that's in the amendment. Of course we all do, but that's what it is a sweetie shop amendment. Wanting everything in the shop because you're a wee kid that wants to stuff sweeties in your mouth and feel good. It's not serious. It's the least serious thing I've seen. And coming from Bailey, who is a man I respect, he's an intelligent man. I share a lot of the politics and policies that he shares. But on this, he's so far off the reservation, it's unbelievable. I'm not saying a lot of what's in my speech because everybody else has said it. I think that the future of our whole budget is in doubt here if we make the wrong decision. The position of Perth and Kinross and our ability to provide services is in jeopardy. And if we delay further with inflation, and we don't know what's going on with inflation, who knew 2 years ago we were going to go through a rough ride of 15% inflation that knackered everybody's expenses, whether your household expenses or government expenses. It's only going to get dearer down the line. It's only going to get less affordable down the line. We need to tackle the cost of living crisis. We need to support vulnerable people. We need to support our elderly. We will not be able to do that if we overspend on capital projects. So, of course, I'll be supporting the motion. Thank you.
Councillor Welch.
Thank you, Provost. I've seen today, and again as a councillor that was elected 2 years ago, huge professionalism from council officers bringing forward proposals here with excellent consideration of the options within what is unfortunately a time of great budgetary constraint. And ultimately, they're a very professional group of people. I think equally, we need to act in a really responsible, professional way as councillors. We've been given the information. We understand the constraints. We can never have all the information. If you try and wait until you have all the information, nothing gets done. In my view, we've got plenty of information, and I think the people of Perth and Kinross would be hugely disappointed that if we procrastinate again for something that I think the people that are proposing it know is a fairy tale belief. And on that basis, I commend the amendment that was put forward, proposed and seconded by the Barretts, as being the most credible way to deliver good quality leisure facilities for the people of Perth and Kinross. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Forbes.
Yeah, thanks, Provost. I remember when I was a teenager, I regularly travelled up from Dundee to use the swimming pool at Perth because, quite frankly, it was the best around. It was far better than anything Dundee had at the time. And if all we can do now is build a square box, if that's the end of our aspiration, then we may as well not bother, because we'll once again lose out to Dundee. Councillor Lang very rightly didn't answer the question from Councillor Robertson, because it's not his gift to do so. That would be a decision for the council. If it's going to cost us 50 million to get that building up to standard, then it's completely unfair to even consider that we agree to that, especially when a new facility is going to cost somewhere between 13 and 19 million. So on that note, I wonder if Councillor Lang would like the opportunity to answer Councillor Robertson's question directly. Will the curlers be supported with the cost of running the building, or will they not?
I mean, I'm really not. This is no, it is not. This is a debate. The council leader is going to have a summing up speech, so if he wants to answer that, he can do so at that point. I have a point of clarification from Peter Barrett, but I actually have a point of order from Councillor Shires, which takes precedence. Councillor Shires.
Thank you, Provost. I know it's been a long day, but I'd just like to draw to your attention the comment that was used by, Councillor McEwen, which I actually found quite offensive. I don't really want to repeat it, but I think it will be on the record, and perhaps Councillor McEwen might reflect on not using that in the chamber again. Thank you.
I will invite Councillor McEwen to retract if he wishes.
I have no idea what Councillor Shires is referring to. If I have said anything that caused offence, it certainly wasn't intended. I didn't think I used any common language or things that I shouldn't have said. I played ice hockey for 30 years and I certainly used bad language then, but not at the moment. I do apologise.
Thank you. Councillor Peter Barrett, you have a point of clarification.
Yeah, I think I just was going to raise the point that Councillor Shires made, but as a point of clarification, so thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Councillor Chan, next, please.
Thank you, Provost. I believe that we should bring both leisure water and ice facilities to the city, specifically on the Glover Street site. With the right ambition and vision, we can create a unique destination that draws visitors and serves our community for years to come. A new state-of-the-art facility, as proposed by Bailey and Councillor Duff, would not only complement our city, but also become a standout feature of Perth. I will be supporting their amendment. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Chan. Councillor Harvey next, please.
Thank you, Provost. I'll keep it brief. Everybody seems to be using the ambition, compassion, integrity words today. Unfortunately, I'll do the same. Several comments on the other side about the potential new building didn't really state any additional costs. Somebody said a little bit more or a bit more, but is it not a bit of lack of integrity of putting forward an uncosted and unrisked plan for a major construction project in this city that would have, I would imagine, a lot more risk than the present plan presented? I'll be supporting the motion.
Thank you, Councillor Harvey. Bailey McLaren, please.
Thank you, Provost. I'm in agreement with Mary. It's been a long day. There are no winners today. We are going to reach a decision, which is a relief. And I will just echo my colleague Willie Robertson's comments about ensuring that the curling and ice community are given the respect and are the on what may become ongoing negotiations and conversations, that they are fruitful, and I look forward to the maintaining of our reputation, not only in Scotland, in the world, that we can retain here. And the leisure facilities, yes, it's not maybe going to turn out to be everybody's aspiration either, but hopefully as the dust settles, everyone's going to realise that it's making the best of not quite a bad job, but the circumstances we all sit within. It's been very, very sobering and challenging for many of us. Thank you.
Thank you, Bailey McLaren. Councillor Waters.
Thank you, Provost. Just a few thoughts. The Passive House, thanks very much to Councillor Peter Barrett and Liz Barrett for ensuring that is absolutely guaranteed. I think the amendment just dithers over that decision as well as all their other decisions. I think, you know, thanks to officers in that for the work that's gone in and the imagination as well, and fully agree. We're bringing it to Thimble Row. You know, we listened to the presentation this morning with David Littlejohn on the Perth City Development and Design Framework, and this I would say would be an important part of that, and reimagining what Perth can be and move everything all together within that. Also moves it comfortably within the potential with the Elheath heat network element, so it ties all in with that. Which I think is a big plus. A lot of work still to do on that to get to that stage, but let's hope that's successfully implemented, and we do have the finances to move forward with it. The mobility strategy is key, you know, and the parking strategy going forward. It's important we do that in an evidence-based way, having a full survey done in the same way we had in 2017 to show the actual detail of where movements in that are, and they are able to impact on where the parking needs to be and where the priorities should be, and have every confidence that the officers will progress that speedily. You know, the Elheath, the mobility strategy should be signed off soon. You know, and that will be able to us move forward to that. My big fear over the amendment is just what it does to the capital budget. We have other elements in the capital budget that affect the whole of Perth and Kinross, and taking it up to the limit and the consequences of doing that is sobering. And I agree with Tommy. This is, you know, is a very sombre afternoon or day in the chambers, but certainly an afternoon looking at the finances and what we spend. There's no doubt that I'm sure every member in this chamber would like to have this super duper sing and dance and everything leisure centre, but the reality is we have limits on our capital budget, and we need to be prudent within that and ensure that we don't take it to the absolute limit and leave ourselves no scope to do bridge repairs, school works with schools, and many other capital projects that I know are all the way throughout Perth and Kinross. I will obviously be voting for the motion going forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Deputy Leader.
Thank you, Provost. To borrow Councillor Donaldson's words, I'll be brief. Colleagues, in my 7 and a bit years as a councillor, I have never heard a more stark warning of the scale of the financial challenges we now face as a local authority. We ignore these warnings at our peril. This local authority is rightly proud, and indeed we laud officers for their financial management of Perth and Kinross Council every year when the accounts are approved, every year without exception. In my role with COSLA, and I'm sure Councillor Barrett sees this as well, I see in here of other councils with serious, critical, indeed, financial positions. I do not want Perth and Kinross Council to go down that route. Everybody in this chamber wants an all singing, all dancing PH2O. It's an ambition to have it, but the facts of the matter are that there will be consequences to essential public services and to jobs potentially as a direct result of any decision by this council today to further delay this project. I will not have that in my conscience. Absolutely not. And I will be voting with the motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Leader. Councillor Braun next, please.
Thanks, Provost. And at 5:10, I too will be reasonably brief. First of all, if I may, I'd like to thank the officers, Mr. Crawford, Mrs. Baylor, for all the work they've done. I think it's important to recognise a considerable amount of work that's gone into this paper. And whatever the decision is made today, I thank them for that. I think it's important. The work was important. It counts for whatever decision. It's important backing for us. PH2O has been something talked about certainly since I joined the council in 2017. I sat on the Louth board, I think it was in 2018, and Councillor Lang was on the board with me then, and he was a great supporter of PH2O. And it is an important project for Perth. It's been around for a long time, and we're talking about building something which I've seen in the papers here, somebody's talked about up to 60 years ahead of us. That reaches into the future, and we need to plan something for the future. We need to reach to the future. We need those words, ambition. We need to be bold, I think, to create something for that future. We've heard, obviously, the other problems we faced. I understand, particularly Councillor McKeown, what he was saying about people in poverty, fuel poverty. These are important things, but we also have to develop us as a council and look for the future for people who want to come here and use our facilities. And we had the quote, a Perth and Kinross where everyone can live life well, free from poverty and inequalities. The key word there is everyone, and we have to work for everyone. And I feel that the amendment predicts a PH2O, which will be something we can be proud of in the future. So I will be supporting the amendment. Thank you, Provost.
Thank you, Councillor Braun. Councillor Cuthbert.
Thank you, Provost. I thought I'd finish with what I started with, which is parking. I just really wanted to say that my principal concern with the proposal in the paper is the location, and that is Thimble Row. My view is that we were talking about 509 car spaces disappearing in the centre of Perth. I'm not sure what number that's going to be, because we're now talking about possibly 150 houses rather than 250 houses at the Dewar site. But irrespective, by building it at Thimble Row, when we're going to lose the parking there, and we're going to lose revenue stream, and I can see that we're going to have a lot more staff coming in for Fuller House because of the good work that's been done by the officers. So my view is that it's the wrong location, which is principally why I'll be supporting the amendment brought forward by Bailey. The only thing I would like to say is that I have really appreciated the work that Stephen and Kirsty have done, and I wanted to thank them for that.
Thank you, Councillor Cuthbert. Councillor Allen.
Thank you, Provost. I've got to say I'm somewhat disillusioned with all of this. When we met earlier this year to discuss the various options placed before us, the leader took it upon himself to chastise the elected members for having the audacity to challenge the good work placed before us by the officers. There's no question that an awful lot of work will have been put into coming up with possible solutions and answers to our future needs in Perth. Surely, though, as elected members, we can challenge and make alternative proposals. Surely. At that meeting, it was made clear that there would be no consideration for an ice provision in PH2O. I asked if that would allow us to develop a more ambitious plan for the leisure water provision. Cue the leader and his chastisement. And here we are, and the paper is amended by our leader. Leaving ice aside, Perth Leisure Pool is a really popular destination for families from Perth and further afield. Whatever we establish around PH2O, it must have leisure water and fun at the very centre and heart of it all. PH2O without a proper fun water offering would be rather foolish and possibly even a wee bit hypocritical. Didn't even say that right. This brings me to the ice part. If we utilise the heat converters, we should be able to establish a whole offering that will get the whole of Perth behind us. We need to be seen to being aspirational and ambitious with this project and get every single ounce of value out of it. But we need to know what the actual budget is and not just be threatened with keeping it as low as possible. What budget do we have? We don't know. You can't criticise the amendment without also suggesting that there is little ambition in the amended proposal. Can we even afford the amended proposal? We just don't know. I'll be voting for the amendment. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Allen. Bailey to sum up, please.
Thank you, Provost. Councillor Robertson provided a really helpful reflection on how this is a heart versus head decision, and I thank him for doing that. We've gone heart over head before, though. Let's think back to how easily 32.5 million of additional funding was found for the CTLR in 2022. That did not come with these stark warnings about impacts on service delivery or child poverty. The convener of our climate change committee even found space in his heart to support it. To address Councillor Donaldson's question, the amendment uses the full 90 million of resources mentioned at 2.6 of the report and deploys those to support the facilities mix mentioned. This is not made up money. The amendment rejects a cut to that existing budget. I'm confused too about the accusations of dither and delay. As we heard earlier, there is no costing yet for building PH2O Light row. That could yet throw up a surprise in its own right. The amendment gives more certainty to residents because it confirms we're having the leisure pool, not just exploring a leisure pool. Backing the motion today sends a message, those who back the motion today send a message to the swimmers and curlers that the money for their facilities is being sunk into a field by Scoon rather than into their leisure facilities. Thank you.
Thank you, Bailey. Leader of the Council.
Thanks, Provost. Again, I agree with Councillor Robertson and Councillor Bailey McLaren that this is a matter where head has to rule heart. And I can't in all conscience sign up to something, as Councillor Allen has said, is uncosted. And I look at the proposal to have 4 squash courts. When I used to visit Live Active Leisure, 2 of them were used as a store, I think, 1 or 2 of them, because they were never utilised. So the amount of work that's been put in to come up with these proposals seem to be based on, I don't know what was based on, where you got 4 squash courts for. But what I will say is I will ensure that officers can work hand in glove, and they might not want me to offer their services with the curling community. I want to see a successful Dewars rink, and that building with a little bit of imagination can be used for other things as well to draw people in. So I appreciate everybody's of strong views. And as Councillor Braun said, when I first joined the council in 2000 and something, it felt like 2012, the only thing I asked the leader at that time, Ian Miller, was could I be on the board of Live Active Leisure and in Perth and Kinross Sports Council. And I spent 9 years there till I thought, once I became leader of this group, that it wasn't fair to be on. And I missed one meeting in 9 years, not just because it was a good spread at Live Active's thing, but because I was passionate about it. I still am passionate about it. But I'm also passionate about the society as a whole and the way it's going, and what we don't know what's coming down the line from governments. Could not sit and ignore the professionals who have spoken to me. I have the greatest respect for our officers. I may not show it all the time and disagree, but I do. We've got Mr. Walker there, Claire Mailer, the chief executive. If I don't listen to the professionals and we don't listen to their thing and take cognizance of what they're saying and dire warnings, like Councillor Drysdale, I've never heard such stark warnings. And the officers have trailed these warnings all the way through SIAG, where we tried to come to an agreement and it obviously didn't work. So with my head ruling my heart, I'm happy to move forward with my amended motion, and I thank everybody within the chamber for showing their passion. So I think Provost, happy for you to move to the vote.
Thank you, Mr. Leader. And I think we can all echo those comments around our gratitude to the officers for their support over the past months and years in helping to reach all of our positions today. I know that all elected members vote the way that they feel is appropriate. Mr. Hendry, would you like to take the roll call finally?
Thank you, Provost. Members, we're dealing with item 6 on the agenda, the Perth City Integrated Investment Proposal, report by Strategic Lead of Property Services. Specifically, we're dealing with recommendations 3, 4, 5 and 6 in the report. We have a motion by Councillor Lang, seconded by Councillor McPherson. We had a first amendment from Bailey, seconded by Councillor Duff. We did have a second amendment by Councillor Peter Barrett, seconded by Councillor Liz Barrett. However, Councillor Lang has incorporated that into the motion. So the first amendment by Bailey now becomes the single amendment. So when I call out members' names, can you confirm if you're voting for the motion by Councillor Lang or the amendment by Bailey?
And she genuinely. And that could be months, depending on how long she's at one.
Sorry, I think Bailey Ahern, maybe your microphone's on.
Yeah, I'm ready to vote.
Okay, Bailey Ahern.
Amendment.
Councillor Allen.
Amendment.
Councillor Anderson.
Amendment.
Bailey. Councillor Liz Barrett.
Motion.
Councillor Peter Barrett.
Motion.
Councillor Braun.
Amendment.
Hayley Brock.
Amendment.
Councillor Carr.
Motion.
Councillor Chan.
Amendment.
Councillor Cuthbert.
Amendment.
Councillor Donaldson.
Motion.
Councillor Drysdale.
Motion.
Councillor Duff.
Amendment.
Councillor Forbes.
Amendment.
Councillor Frampton.
Motion.
Councillor Freshwater.
Amendment.
Councillor Harvey.
Motion.
Councillor Illingworth.
Amendment.
Councillor James.
Amendment.
Councillor Kogali.
Amendment.
Councillor Lang.
Motion.
Councillor McPherson.
Motion.
Councillor Massey.
Motion.
Councillor McCall.
Motion.
Provost.
Amendment.
Councillor McEwen.
Motion.
Bailey McLaren.
Motion.
Deputy Provost.
Motion.
Councillor Rebeck.
Motion.
Councillor Robertson.
Motion.
Councillor Shires,
Amendment.
Councillor Smith,
Amendment.
Councillor Colin Stewart,
Amendment.
Councillor Grant Stewart,
Motion.
Councillor Waters,
Motion.
Councillor Welsh,
Motion.
and Bailey Williamson.
Motion.
Provost, we have 20 votes for the motion, 18 votes for the amendment, so the motion is carried.
Thank you, Mr Henry. Chief Exec.
Thank you, Provost. I simply wanted to place on record my thanks to officers for the work that has been done. But in terms of today, to place on record my thanks to elected members for the recognition that many have given during their comments and questions today, and the way in which this debate has been conducted in a way which I believe does reflect our values as an organisation, both officers and members. So thank you to Council.
Thank you. Item 7, members, is appointments to outside bodies. Can we agree the proposed change to the Tayside Valuation Joint Board where Councillor Welch will replace Bailey Williamson? Agreed. I also believe we have an additional change.
Yes, Provost, just to advise that councillors are also asked to agree that Councillor Grant Stewart replace Councillor Eric Drysdale as a proxy member for the Perth and Kinross Integration Joint Board.
Can we agree that as well, members? Thank you. Members, item 8 is elected member briefing notes. Can we note the briefing notes issued to elected members since the last council meeting on the 26th of June 2024 as set out on the agenda? Thank you very much, members. Thank you to the public as well. Everyone have a safe journey home. Sorry, Councillor Peter Barrett.
Thank you very much, Provost, and I appreciate that this is at the end of a long day. It is also a special day for one of our members. It's Councillor Willie Robertson's birthday. I suspect at this moment in time he feels a lot more than just 1 year older than he did yesterday, but I think it is appropriate that we wish him a happy birthday for the rest of it. Thank you.
Happy birthday, Councillor Robertson.
I think it's only appropriate that the whole chamber sing happy birthday to me.
I think everyone's looking to get home, and I'm sure you're looking to get out on the bike, Willie. Thanks very much.
Bye-bye.